Hello everyone, I am RexRed and I am back with another EZ3DTv tutorial today. We are going to be going through and creating a lovely scene for you all, and we're going to be working with our EZFinder program. So we have a lot planned today, and I have a kind of special surprise. I don't know whether that would be surprise. Well, I will let you all know the news, okay? Before we start this off, I have submitted EZFinder to DAZ, so we are waiting for them. Welcome, Art. Welcome, 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 friend. Thank you for the congrats. So I have submitted EZFinder to DAZ, and it's a matter of them looking over. This time I included the entire, 15 page manual with it. So, because they had the last time I submitted something to them, they just didn't seem, they just basically just closed my submission without even really kind of saying anything. So I'm not really sure what they're going to do this time. I'm hoping they will take on the project, and they will and maybe I also kind of put a little hint that I'd like to have it ready by Christmas, so that people can purchase it by Christmas. Okay. Now, if you notice, we have on the screen today, we have a different image, okay, from what we have been using. And the reason why, and this is the other kind of special thing going on, is that I am on a different computer. I have two DAZ computers. One of them is my main computer with the 5090 in it, and that one is relegated to using DAZ 2025. But this computer has a 4090 in it, and this one I'm able to use DAZ 4.24, which is kind of where I shine, because I really I like using scripts, and I like using things, some of the scripts that are built into DAZ 4.24. And so we're going to work with that today. But I also have some more news, okay? And that is, I created two more programs that are going to go with EZFinder. This is one of them, and this is called EZConverter, okay? And this program right here allows you to take, if you have made a bunch of EZFinder content in your on your computer, and you decide that you want to move that to another computer, and if it just so happens that that other computer doesn't have the DAZ library or your content in the same places, what this does is it allows you to convert all of your EZFinder folders, virtual folders, and all of that to meld and to fit with the new computer. And it works, okay? It looks a little bit complicated. I don't like using it myself, but what I do like is that I don't have to redo all of my curating, okay? So yes, it's a little bit painful, but if it gets you through that curation part, and it can get you through it like in moments. So this is one of them, and this is another program, that was created, that has just been created for EZFinder. And this one allows you to take your like I have a lot of user content like that I have created, okay? And I keep it in a folder called user content, and I keep that outside of my DAZ library. So if I ever delete my DAZ library, I don't use all my user saves and all of that stuff. So I keep it all, but I have quite a bit of things that I really don't ever want to lose. Well, when you switch to a new computer, a lot of that user content you can scan and you can bring into EZFinder, and you can use it with your curated DAZ stuff. So you can create folders of your user content, stuff that you might use a lot. Welcome there, Matt, my friend. Welcome, friend. It is very lovely to have you here as well. We have Art here today and Matt. So what this does is it allows you to convert and make it, again, meld in with your new computer. So you never lose, so you don't bring all that stuff to the new computer and you go to use it and it doesn't work. The easiest way to get your content to work on a new computer is just put your DAZ library and your user content folder in the same place, okay? Put your DAZ library like on the D drive and put your user data right next to it. And then you don't need to use these, but just in case, you have your DAZ library on the C drive where your old computer had it on the D drive. This allows you to, these two programs allow you to convert all of your data so that you don't have to recurate your content, okay? All of your curation, recurate, yeah, your content. So, all right, so we're gonna open up EZFinder. I think I clicked on it, there it is. And we're gonna go here and we'll move this over here. Okay, and then we're going to open DAZ because I have a little bit of a project that I would like to work on. And so it is. So yes, this is our EZFinder. And so basically what that means is I am happy enough with the way EZFinder works to let it go out to sell. So I have presented it to DAZ, and I told them I'd like to sell it in the store by Christmas, but I imagine every single artist in the world would love to do that. So I'm hoping it will. It really, there are a few things that that I'm going to have to work with DAZ on with EZFinder, but it's not a lot. You know, really. So it all depends. And we'll see what DAZ says. So, so this is how this works. Now, so right now I have my EZ Organizer here. And as you can see right now, this EZ Organizer, I have some pretty cool stuff. It seems to be working now, and that issue of, yes, I believe that's what that's what I have signed up for, is to be a published artist. I don't understand exactly what that means. Like, do I have to have something published somewhere else? Or do I have to, you know, basically what I have is all of the promo images. I mean, this is one image right here. These are all of my shaders. I mean, that's a pretty good image right there, to have all of my shaders here. And these are, so this is one of the images that goes with the promo kind of package that I've started with Daz is, and this, when I click on the dots, where are they? Okay, they're in behind here. So we can bring, this is EZFinder working on my other computer. And so this kind of shows you that, that it's working on a completely different computer with a completely different setup, different chips. This is an AMD computer. It's just like, and it's working. It's got different RAM. It's got all of this. And so this is pretty cool. It works. And so it scanned all of the content here. I can load all of my Daz content in here like this. And this loaded 3,538 pages. And it goes through here. So I don't really know. I've never done this before with Daz. So I would say you would start by, I don't know that it's actually a published artist. It's so that you can, I don't know if the wording is right there, because I would assume that you apply to Daz to become a publishing artist, okay? So because that's kind of putting the cart before the horse. How can you be a published artist until you have applied and are accepted, and then you publish something, and then you're a published artist? So I would call that a publishing artist, that I'm applying to be a publishing artist with the store. So, I don't know what it all is, okay? But the thing is I have a product, and it's a good one, all right? And Daz could make a lot of money selling it if they accept it and put it in the store. It's only about it's not even a gig to download EZFinder. And so that's going to be the question is, are they going to say yes or no? Have I applied in the right way, in the right place? I don't know. I don't really know. I haven't done this before. So we go into people like figures. Here are my Genesis 9 figures. Okay, so we got 3 pages of this. And you think, well, that's not very many figures. That's actually quite a few. That's 466 figures. Okay, out of the many years I've been buying stuff, I have 466 figures, all right? Now, there may be some Genesis 2. I don't see like my Michael figure in here. I don't see a bunch of some of them. Some of them may not be here. So, but I think these are Genesis 9 figures. These are Genesis 8 figures, okay? So, yeah, and I have 519 of them, okay? So that's 1,000 figures that I have purchased from the Daz store, okay? 1,000. So, yeah, I'm pretty much, and this is not all of my figures that I own, okay? So I think there are also Genesis 3, which aren't that many, and some Genesis Michael 4 ones and all kinds of Michael 4 stuff. I own just about everything conceivable for Michael 4. All right, so as you can see, this is hair, and this is kind of like the hair folder that I'm quite proud of. There's 9 pages of hair, and this is like Genesis 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and Genesis 3, Genesis 8, what am I thinking? Genesis 8:1 and Genesis 9 hair all mixed together. So, and then last night I started this folder. This is a favorites folder. Actually, I started that on the other computer, and it is not, this isn't working. We got to close that and bring it back up. So easy, okay, there we go. We bring the favorites here. And now we go like that. All right, here. And yeah, now these are not shaders. It's not remembering the order of the width of things. Okay, so all right, so we'll go like this again. All right, so now like that, and we close this and see if they remember now. Nope. So okay. So all right, shaders. So these are our shaders. You can just drag this to get to the whole thing. All right, so this one for hair is kind of the best part of this is the, where is that hair? Special hair. Okay, this one is, okay, roof building wood. So this, oh, these are shaders. That's not hair. Okay, this is the wearable hair. Okay, and okay, this is special. This one says it's got a hair. These don't belong here, so we can empty that. Those are shaders. And do we have another? Okay, we can go load, and we go, all right. I think I know kind of what's been happening here because I had to reset this. And so they're not in here right now. So, okay, so at this point, what I need to do, Angus, good evening. Not sure how many Daz Store specific figures I have, but I know I have 6,500 assets. Wow, that is very impressive art. Very, very much so. Now we, I don't know if you guys all noticed that last night when I went into the Daz Store, I was buying like massive items for like $1 each. $1 like 30, $1.20, and they were like expensive items. So Daz right now, because I had like eight of those. What are they called? 8. The coupon things. You know, they're. I had 8 of them, and then I had tokens maybe. And then I had 8, and then there was like this big thing where you put in this code and you can get 50% off of your wish list. And so I just went through my wish list, and it was like these items were like $10 and $25 items, and they were selling for $1, like $1.20 each. They were, I mean, unheard of, like 93% off. Yeah, so I had like 8 tokens. Yeah, and I had 8 tokens, and so with that 50% off, and I only bought things that were on sale that were in my wish list. Because, I mean, I have like 3,000 items in my wish list. I don't mess around. If I like it, I put it in there. So that when they have these wish list sales, I have like this massive wish list that I can go through. So, all right, we're looking for a little girl here that we can bring in to a Genesis 9 little girl, okay? Because we're going to make a scene here, and she is going to be pulling this cart of flowers, okay? And see, I'm not sure that I have a Genesis 9 little girl. So That's the thing. Any suggestions on a figure? A Genesis, it's got to be Genesis 9. That would be a little girl. Because I don't really know my Genesis 9 female. What I could do is just use the proportion thing. All right, let's start with just our Genesis 9 figure, okay? Now, what I haven't done here is favorites. Okay, favorites, rock, stone, ground. We're going to empty this. I complained because I had 20 member festival items, but it was not giving me the stated discount, but meh. Yeah, use EZFinder and choose Genesis 9. Yeah, see, that's okay. Empty folder. Okay, so we're going to leave those in here in favorites, the Sky Tools. All right. So we're going to call this, we're going to create a panel. This here, new folder. We're going to call this okay, new scene. New scene items. Okay, or just call it new scene, okay? And we're going to right here click and we're going to rename this and call this new scene. Okay, can you guys see me? Okay, we're going to go full screen for we'll go here, lower right. Okay, so we're going to go full screen. We're going to go call this new scene. Okay, this is what these are things that I'm going to use when I need a full scene. So go to people here and let's go to Genesis 9 figures, okay? And what we're looking for is our Genesis 9, and they're at the end here, okay? So I'm going to drag this over to our favorites, new scene, okay? I use that always in a new scene. And then we're going to go to wardrobe, and we're going to go to shorts. This I always use just to clothe my figures, okay? I think it's like page 3 or 4. And page 4. Here they are. And I'll take and throw these in and give it some colors just in case I feel like a color someday instead of just the black. So we go back to favorites, new scene. Okay, so we're going to call this, instead of new scene, we're going to call this people. So these are the people that I might use for news. Okay, this is wardrobe. Wardrobe. Okay, and then we're going to go here with hair. All right, and we got to lighten that one up a little bit. Change color. Hair. Hair. And then we go new scene, and then this one's going to be shape. All right, and let's make this a different color so it looks kind of cool. All right, shape. And pose, new scene, pose. And here's our pose, that's okay. And new folder, script. Just in case we have like a script to run. Let's make this a different color. Let's make this kind of yellowish, but yellowish green. All right, and so, all right, so the hair. Okay, so we're going to start with people. So I'm going to go back to people here with Genesis 9 figures, and we're going to just grab, okay, this guy right here. I like him. So we're going to drag him into people, into favorites, okay, into my people favorites. Yeah, here, people. Okay, and I like, let's go to, let's go to Wagner. Okay, here, this guy. We'll use the HD1, people. Go back. Let's go to, where's the other one? Nathan. Nathan 9 HD. So just of the people, and go back. And for females, I'm going to use Victoria. Victoria. And I'm going to use this Victoria here with HD people. All right, 5. And then we'll go back. And now we're going to go also, here we need a new folder, skins. All right. They're all coming in kind of yellowish, so we're going to go here with this red. Here, red. And this one here will go change color to purple. We'll go like that. We'll go with the purplish blue, like lavender. Okay, so, and new scene, that's new scene. Okay, so these are going to be the things that I kind of build a scene real quick with. Okay, so I can just get a figure in there, get the pose kind of in there, get them, and then figure out what I'm going to do later. Okay, so now skins. Okay, so we go back to people. And in here I have my Genesis 9 skins. Okay, we're going to load them in. And there's a few that I like to work with. Okay, this Victoria Matte All. Okay, so what we're going to do is this little, okay, we're going to go back to here. All right, so you can kind of see both things that I'm doing. Now, what I'm going to do is see, I have this on people. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this one over here to my favorites and go to new scene. New scene, come on. And now we have them here. So what I can do is just kind of jump around over here and inject what I need into the scene, but drag the things into my new scene over here, okay? So we have Victoria, so we'll put her into, this is skins, okay, oops. No, we don't want that in wardrobe. We'll put that into skins, and we'll remove it from wardrobe. Remove from wardrobe. Okay, so now we go back here to skins. Okay, so you have to kind of have two monitors. Now, I kind of like Michael's skin, okay, for kind of semi-Mediterranean dark skin. All right, and then I like, for other skins, I like Wagner's skin, all mattes. Okay, so we're going to use Wagner, and we're going to use Nathan. I also like this young Dane, okay. So that's going to go in skins. And I like also, where is Nathan? Let's find Nathan. N-A-T. Nathan, where are you? Right over here. All mattes. Okay. And see, really like all of the things, okay, back. Okay, all of the things all of your skins are really here, okay? Let's try this Elena. Oh, we'll use Victoria's skin on our little girl, okay? So that's what we're going to do, is use that on our little girl. Okay, we're back to characters. Okay, so now what we need is we have people, we have some skins. Okay, we have, I thought we may put some wardrobe in, but maybe I got waylaid. Okay, so we'll go back to wardrobe and we're going to go back to shorts because I'd like to have the shorts. And I did get waylaid because what I'm going to do is we've got hair. But then I'm going to go and start another thing called another one. So we'll go to favorites here. Oh, come on. Close this. Reopen. Okay. We go to environments. Okay, what was it? Hair. And we go into hair, wearable hair, 1 of 9. Okay, I have to close this and reopen. Okay. I don't know if this is because Daz is open, but let's close that for a minute. So we're going to go back here. And easy organizer. Okay, so we're going to go to wearable hair. And now we need to go to this tab and go to this tab, which would be is my favorites. Where is it? Favorites. And select new scene. Okay, and now my favorite hair that I like to just kind of be able to put on a figure real quick. And let's see, I'm pretty good at picking them out because I kind of know what I like for hair. And this, let's see, this one, ash hair. Okay. Let's see, what else have we got here? And this hair is pretty good. Okay. Hair, that's HCV hair. Okay, HSCV hair. Let's see. And then there's probably more on this page. Okay, this one, this shaved hair is pretty good. Hair, and then we go to another page. We got 10 pages of hair here, but I'm only going to do kind of a few. And now let's see what's here. Xander hair kind of works. It's a little bit messy, but it works. And this one, vintage short, works, okay. And let's see. This one works. And let's see. And where are we? Do. Maybe this Vlad hair might work. And then we go, there's some more here that we're looking for. I may have missed some of them. Oh, here it is. Here is this one. This one right here is D4 warrior hair. This one right here. Okay, and this tasseled hair is good, but it's it doesn't work with Genesis 9. And apparently I'm told it will never ever work with it. I don't know. Unless you go through like 50 steps to make it work, you'd think they would just like re-release it for Genesis 9. But okay, let's just do a real quick skin through. That's like enough hair for now, but I am looking for the hair. So I need something that's going to look little girlish for our little girl, who's going to, maybe this Peyton hair. We'll try that. We have to have some kind of girl hair. Pony knots. And okay, and now we're getting the older hair. I mean, this is hair. Okay, this is tasseled hair. Okay, some of these hair, like the now, and we don't have, I don't have a thing for body hair yet, ready to use. So we go back to favorites. Let's also add new folder, body hair, and let's add face hair, facial, face hair. All right. All right, those work. And so I'm just going to skim through real quick and see what's here. Okay, this deckhand hair is for Genesis 3 or 8, I believe, but it works really well on 9. Okay, these are like hair that I just can't, that I use a lot because they just work. All right, and so we have here, let's see what we've got. So we'll go 6. All right, we go through these real quick. Falling asleep. Oh, been a long day. We'll watch the rest in the morning. Thank you so much for streaming. Looking forward to purchasing your products. Wonderful. Thank you, Art. You have a lovely, lovely rest of your evening. Relax and enjoy the night, my friend. Thank you for being here, the first one in tonight. Thank you kindly. Have a good night. Okay, this is a warrior hair again. This is for Genesis 8, so I would assume that that is not what we're looking for. Have a good one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to be here that long. I'm just kind of using this as a moment to this is going to be a beautiful scene I'm creating coming up here. So we'll be going into this soon. So I just want to kind of make sure that I get the hair that I need for this. That's a nice wet hair, but we're going to wait on the wet hair too. And just kind of go through these real quick and grab this ponytail hair. Could possibly work for our little girl as well. So we'll try that in there for the hair. Okay, what have I put in body hair? I've dragged something in here that, okay, we're going to drag that here into hair and get it out of the body hair. It's not supposed to be here. Okay, remove from body hair. Okay, and then we go here to, all right, so we go back to favorites, back to new scene. And, okay, so we have 12 hair products. Now, what I could do also is create another, see where this one here, and I'm going to go like hair shaders. All right? Because you know, every time you put the hair on, you say, oh, I don't need blonde hair. I need blah, blah, blah. I need this color or that color. It's got to be a certain color or whatever. And so you have to go and change the color. So now I have a thing called color, okay? And that is, so let's double click and put in our entire DAZ library here. And let's see if I can find this color, these color things. It's probably going to be a million pages with the word color in it. I might have to narrow it down. 316 pages of color. Darn. Oh, that's actually a product with a lot of color shaders in it. We're looking for, that's actually a product. And it's going to take way too long to find it this way. Let me see if I can find more about it in DAZ here. Because I know where to find the product, and if I can find the full product. Okay, smart content, color, default, and here it is, color works. Let's try this, color works. Here we go. All right, so there was would be hair. I think we go here, new scene, hair shaders. Okay, we're going to just throw these in, this, and the hair shaders, and there's a bunch more. Okay, this is a way to take strand-based hair and just, boom, change it to whatever you want it to be. Bum, 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 bum. All right, what we should just do is call that color works. It's one way to change your hair, okay? So we go hair shaders, and we'll do, just come here, rename, color works. See, this is, there it is, it's changed over here. There are more things with the color works, okay? There's this, but I'm not going to throw that stuff in. If I need to go deeper into it, I will go into it. Now there is another color product here, one called Omni. So if we instead search for Omni hair, what is it? These are Omni hair naturals. There's a few of them. So let's now go to Omni. So we go and double click again here. Omni hair naturals. Search, see if we can find them. come on. It's searching the entire DAS library. All right. And there they are. So we go here, new folder. So we might want to have like OmniHair shader instead of the iRay one. So we'll throw that in here. Okay, now down in here, okay, it should be in here. I don't see it here though. 3 to 9 poses. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this import external, okay, and external content folder. Okay, this is a new thing, all right? This allows me to go into, okay, I have to plug this in. Little disk. All right, and so let's see what's here now, the PNY flash drive. And do I see it here? Easy map, okay, EZConverter. See, I don't see them here, so I need to put them in here. So we're going to switch this monitor over to here. A little bit of work here. Come on, come back. Come back, come back. All right, one more. Switch. Okay. Come back. I know you will. I know you will. Come back, come back. All right. Here it is. Okay, so, all right, see how that worked? Now I'm on a different computer. And what I'm going to do is go here to this. And here to, now what I'm going to be doing is taking my DAS saves, all of my saved data from one computer. And I'll show you how quickly you can do this. All right, go here. Now you see my saved items, go copy. All right, this is the power of EZFinder, okay, where I can take my saved items and then bring all of that into my curation, okay? So I'm going to go now to the PNY flash drive, paste this here, all right? And hopefully it doesn't, says it's 19 gigs. I don't think it'll take that long to do this, but we are going to copy 19 gigs of my saved items into, and bring that into my DAS, and I'll show you how that works, okay? So it says it's going to be an hour and 55 minutes, but I don't think it will. Not for 19 gigs. Come on, keep going. I really just needed my shapes. You know, at some point, I would assume that DAS is going to allow us to save some of our user data in the cloud. And they will offer us like little cloud packages where we can save, like where we get like 500 gigs or a terabyte, you know, for $5 a month. And then they keep, so if you ever move to a different computer, all of your projects and all of your stuff go with you. That would be kind of nice. So I don't think I have a terabyte worth of DAS data. So, but yeah, it is inevitable, I think. That's very true, Matt, that eventually that's going to happen. So we'll go open EZFinder and I'll kind of show you what is happening with this other EZFinder. See, these are my saved items. And what I have here in my saved items are, these are my shapes that I've created. They're unique. They're shapes that I made. So there's no other figure like that in the in the world, because the very shape of their face and all is something that I made. Now these two look exactly the same. I think some of the times I gravitate towards some of the same figures for shape, and then Golaz looks the same. Johnny, these ones look the same. But my favorite one now, Matthias, looks kind of different. And I think that's what I've tried to do, is make some of them seem a little bit more different. Okay, so, and I don't know that this was, is complete also. So, but we'll see how this is working out. So this is still kind of taking its time. I can't believe it's got to go to a little teeny thumb drive, you know. So it's not moving very fast for 18 gigs. So it's taking its time. This little PNY is 256 gigs, little thumb drive. But I think it's like slow as heck. So this ability here that you just saw, this ability to take and switch in the middle of a stream and have another computer just boom, pop up, okay? And you see I can switch here, all right? So now this, so that both screens are from, they're both now from the same computer. Okay, so this can go over here, you know, or over here. So that's pretty cool that we have this now new ability on our channel where I can use two different computers during a live stream and just switch. So, because this computer right here has DAS 2025, and this computer has a 5090 in it, okay? But the computer I was just on, and that's the one we're going to do this scene with today, that one has a 4090. That's if I can stay awake. I mean, I think Art kind of nailed it. So I went out to get my car on the street today, and I parked it on the wrong side of the street on Thursday, and so I went out and my car was gone, and it's the weekend, so the only way to get your car back on the weekend is you have to call the police department and say, what happened to my car? And so I said, I think it was like yesterday. I couldn't remember the last time I used my car. And they said, no. So they said, no car has been towed. So I said, I think somebody stole my car. And so so they said, well, we'll send a cruiser over and you can talk to the policeman. And it was like, oh my God. And so then my phone rang and they said, oh, we found it. It was Thursday. It was towed on Thursday. It's like, oh, great. So then when I called the impound lot, they said, oh, you actually owe since Thursday. So it was like $215. And then I had to Uber all the way. They wanted cash. They don't trust that you're not going to like I don't know. So I don't know what people do. They go and get their car back, and then they reverse the charges on their, they cancel their credit card or some, I don't know. So they I ended up having to travel all around until I could find an ATM that would give me $300. So then I had to get an Uber and have them drive me to get my car. So yeah, it's like war. And you know what? It's like so they can, you know, this is all so they can like sweep the leaves on the street. But I'll bet you, I will just bet you, they didn't sweep the leaves on Thursday, okay? Because they swept them the last Thursday when they towed my car the last time, okay? And so yes, in that one they charged me $130 for that one, okay? So they took my car, a brand new car, they just threw it up on their tow truck and hauled it away and said, he's got money. And it's like, oh yeah, really, I do. It's like, you know, what made you think that? The fact that I have a big car payment? Oh, all right. So they hauled my car off, and like the Thursday before this last Thursday, and that was 130. So in total, it was $345 in 2 weeks that I have given the city of Portland. So yeah, it's just again, it's my fault, okay? But the thing is like, if they're not, yeah, I know, and if they're not actually going to, I got to take this off, it's too hot. If they're not actually going to sweep the streets that day, shouldn't they kind of just lay the hell off? You know, if they're not actually going to sweep the streets, why are they ticketing everybody? Okay? Is it like vengeance? Vengeance on the citizenry of the city? So that's what I had to deal with today. So yeah, and so you know, I'm gonna have to work like a dog this month to pay my bills. So and I'm still here, people, still working. On this last month, I made, I think, $8 on this channel. So yeah, $8. I've been working on this channel for about 5 years. And I've gotten it up to the point where I can earn $8 in a month. I mean, that's exciting. And it's, you know, probably part of it's my fault because I don't do these little teeny videos that show you, okay, here's how you use the mouse in Daz Studio, okay? I feel so proud that I can show you one little kind of dumb thing that everybody should kind of know how to do, you know? So, but, you know, that's, you know, that sometimes I forget, and it's like, how do I do that thing? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I find myself watching some video to just show me how to do that little dumb thing that I shouldn't have forgotten how to do. But that's kind of rare these days. I kind of know what I'm doing, but Photoshop's another story. It's like I can never remember how to make a mask when I have to do it all the time. How do I feather a mask? I forgot how to do that, you know. So this couldn't be any slower. What's going on? 55 minutes to just move 16 gigs. Come on, people. So, and I can't switch to the other computer until this is done. And it looks like something is just taking up all of the darn, all of the darned, it's just like what, 2 megabytes. Now it's down to 156 kilobytes. What's going on here? So, what is it, getting hot? All right, so we'll open up EZFinder from here and we'll talk about, okay, I think it's already running. It says, yeah, so now on this Easy Organizer here, all right, see, I already have, when we go to favorites, see, I've already done some of these favorites things, like my favorite people, okay, and so these are my favorite people. And then skins, Genesis 9 skins. I've got the Victoria's skins. These are kind of my favorite skins. Got to have one black guy, so that we got some black skin, and Michael's almost black, and then we have some regular skin, and then we have short pants. I just needed these shorts and a pair of jeans, just something to throw on real quick. Then this is the part right here where I have all of my shapes in here, okay? And so what's really cool is I can go through here and then poses, okay? I got a few poses. I've got some hair, all right? So what we do, this is how quickly I can put together a scene. So I can go to people, all right? And I can say, all right, open my Genesis 9, open with DAZ version 6, okay? Open, okay, and we got it opening up over here. Let's move this, let's close this, and let's move this over. Okay, that's going to load our Genesis 9 figure in here into the scene. Might as well do something while that's copying. So just to show how quick that EZFinder can help you set up your scene, okay? So there it is, okay? Now I'm going to move this over here and move this over here, all right? And now we go here back to our favorites, favorites, okay? And go to, what did I call this? Just favorites, okay? Now we have this open here. Okay, what did I just do? I don't need to render. Would you like to cancel? Yes. All right, so there, that's our figure, okay? So then we go to just something to put some pants on, all right? So we go boom. All right, we got some pants. Then we go to shapes, okay? And this is my favorite shape right here. Boom, okay? Then we go to skins. All right, we got Wagner. Let's grab his skin, okay? Okay. See how cool this is? Then we go to poses. Let's grab him a pose. All right, there we go. He's looking good. And then we go to hair. And we'll give him this hair. All right, there we go. And I don't have the colors here. Hair accessories, what have we got here? I think I do have the colors here. So let's go with this. All right, we have to actually select the hair. Warrior hair. See that? Or we go a little darker. This. Okay, we got like all of them are purple. Warrior hair. Okay. These are like the worst hair colors. It's like they, they just don't know that like brown and black are hair colors. None of them are black. None of them are brown. We do have one that looks kind of blondish, but like none of them are really brown, okay? So like, and it's a nice hair. It's there, and But how about some brown? Brown hair, like the color of hair that 90% of most people have. That wonderful warm brown color. So, I don't know. So this kind of looks like the closest thing to brown here. So then you have to go in and change it. So why have hair colors if you've got to go in just to get brown, Why even bother giving us colors? We'll just set them ourselves. So I just, you can see it just frustrates the living daylights out of me. Okay, so we got to go here with something really kind of dark, I guess, and we'll take and go with this, something more kind of like less red. Okay, and then we go like this again. All right. And then we got to go, this is the diffuse tint. I don't know if we go down like this, maybe it'll get darker. No, then it takes you like forever to figure out how to darken it. Okay, so we have these three colors, tiling. Okay, that's probably not color one. All right, we go like this. Will that bring it down? Okay, so it's probably one of these sliders. So we go through 50 sliders. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, this is why I brought in that this is why I brought in the color thing, okay? So we're going to go here again on this computer, and we'll go back to the organizer, and we'll go back to favorites, and right here, where is this one? It's called favorites. Okay, new folder, and let's go hair, color. Okay, hair, we'll go Omni, color. All right, so then we go back to DAZ. Okay, okay. So let's go back to this. Put this over here. Turn that off. What was that called? Omni. Let's see if we can find it. This way. And we've got 155 pages. That doesn't really narrow it down very well. These are Omni colors, okay? These might work. I think these are for rabbits or something. I'm not sure. Let's throw these in the Omni color and just see. That looks like brown. Now what if we can grab this one of these and just throw it on them? There we go. All right, so we finally found some brown. How about if we throw this black in there as well? Omni color. Is this actually black? Well, not really. See, they don't know how to make black hair. All right, these say they say they're black. Are they? No. I don't think they even work. Okay, so yeah. So what good is that? So now, so this goes into Omni. We'll throw that in. Let's see how many more Omni hairs. Okay, these say they're black again. But there, let's see. Did I uncheck that? No, warrior hair. Okay, we go back to surfaces. All right, so these don't seem to be black. They just get grayer. I think I spent an entire night of many nights of my life in DAZ trying to get black hair, because the DAZ artists don't understand that some people have black hair. Okay, it's not gray. It's black, and it seems to go across the spectrum. They're just constantly, so I don't think I'm going to find black hair in this, and there's 50 million of these, and they just don't understand that black is a color. Okay. So, all right, so we just kind of forget about them. All right, let's see. Do these, okay, these look like their color? Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, so that says it's an object. It may actually be hair. These look like they're objects also. We're going to leave those. This, Omni hair. Let's see if this works. Nope. Okay. So these are materials. Okay, they say materials. That should kind of say what they are. Array. Here we go. Okay, that didn't work. These work, I'm quite sure. Nope. Let's see if this, no, those say OBJ, but I bet they're not. Oh, those are IOR values, okay. I think IOR is how you get rid of how you make it black, now that I think of it. For Omni hair, IOR is it. That's how, so if we can find IOR here, let's see, IOR. There it is. See that? That took me hours to figure out. Okay. Now this, for some reason, it doesn't look like there's a skull cap here. Warrior, okay, so what's going on with the skull cap? Hair, is there a skull cap? Surfaces, fine line, top hair, short hair. Okay, so we got everything but a skull cap, okay? So we need to go here. Let's just look for skull. Okay, go back. I probably should find more hair, but more colors, but that's okay. Skull cap. All right, and what we're going to do is open the organizer again. New folder. Skull cap. All right, why didn't you search? Okay, it says here. Let's just try cap. Search. Might be one word. Capri 215. Now let's look for skull. I might be All right, here we go. So we got some skull caps here. These are OBJs. Skull cap, these are mats for skull caps. There's another one. And those are mats. OBJ, there's another skull cap. Here. 4. This is another skull cap. Okay, we can put this here. Don't need to go all the way over there. Page 2. We'll take this one too. All right, so now we have skull caps to start things off with. So we double click here, and there's our skull caps. Let's try this one on this guy. Scene, Genesis 9. Did it work? No, it's probably a color, but this one, I think this one will work. There it is. Okay, so then we can go to surfaces. Get rid of the IOR. And we can make it, bring the opacity up. Let's hide the hair and see what the skull cap looks like. Hide the hair. Oh, okay, the skull cap's not working. I think we have to find, okay. Okay, that didn't work. This one. All right, Z. Let's try this one on him. Okay, we'll try Genesis 8, male. See if that works. That's a skull cap. Okay, so once you find one, you know, then you kind of can go there like when you need it and like bam, there it is. Okay, so now we can turn the hair back on. All right, and it kind of looks a little more natural. All right, so it's like you're not seeing right through the hair, right to his head. Okay. And we can make that a little darker, but that works for me. So we now have a skull cap, okay? That's just right here, okay? In our setup, whatever hair you pick, if it's showing through like terribly, you've got a skull cap, just throw it on and it should kind of cover most of the stuff. Now, so that's hair. Now we go to we got poses, we got omnicolor hair, skin. Okay, we picked a skin for them and shape. All right, now hair. We already did hair, but now we've got new. Okay, we go back to organizer, new folder, body hair, and we've got also face hair. All right, and okay, so now we go back here. So we have now our body hair and face hair. Okay, let's change these a little bit. Okay, gotta change them here. Change color. And let's go, okay, this one is gonna be blue. All right, and this one up here, just make it a little lighter so we can see it better. And now we go to hair, all right, and we go beard all. Okay, and then we're gonna grab a few beard things here, okay, face hair. All right, this one I like a lot. Where is that now? Here it is. No, that's the matte. Matte. This one's probably good, but I don't know that actually even has a. Let's go for this kind of funky one. Okay, face hair. Let's see. This Ivar hair is really nice. Face hair. Okay, one thing that came out of Ivar. Let's see. And so we keep 89 pages of face hair, okay? Now we're looking, let's use what we know works good. And, okay, this is another one. We need both of these. Face hair, and, okay. Then we go here. Ashan, which this is for Genesis 8. I don't know, I think those are shapes actually. Okay, so, but let's, now this is Beard Boss. Okay, these are shapes again. But the Beard Boss start the main beard, the first Beard Boss thing. is right here. You throw that in and you got just about every kind of face hair you can think of. It's got morphs that you can drag on it. Massive. Okay, this is what? Genesis 8, that's what we want, is the Genesis. It doesn't come for Genesis 9, but you can use it on 9. Guy. This Pablo, these say they're OBJs, but they look like colors to me. It's like, you can't fool me. So Pablo, that's probably the beard right there. Well, I think we're going to throw the Pablo beard. That one looks kind of interesting, even though I haven't used it much. And the Buster fiber mesh, I'm kind of interested to see that. You see they don't have images, but I'm a huge fan of the Buster figure. So Ward beard, okay, and the thing about beards is you just have to kind of try a bunch of them until they sort of work, until you find the right one that works. 89 pages, let's just kind of go through this quick. Red Cats is usually pretty good. Let's throw that in, because I use that hair. Did I do it? I guess so, it just happened so quick. All right, we'll use this one here. And now we got some mustaches here. I don't know if that's an actual mustache. We'll grab that. We'll try it. Let's see. And this kind of looks cool. And the Viking braids are nice, but we're going to kind of pass on them for now. Those are when you have in the right move, when you have the right kind of thing going on. These are all mattes. Okay, this one kind of looks good, but I don't know that it looks as good on the figure. But let's throw it in. Face hair. The thing about this face hair is you really kind of have to edit the heck out. Okay, Thomas beard is amazing. All right, so Thomas, and that's another one that I wanted to find for my people. Now, you see, the thing is I'm going to have all this facial hair done on this computer, and then I'm going to want to bring it over to the other computer. And that is, we're going to try this. I don't know that this works. Okay, this is FE. That's reset. This might have all kinds of dials, so let's going to throw that in there. Because these look like they're like you can dial them in. This is just a ton more here. These are, we'll go with this. And face hair, these might be dialable also. Look at these. Those, okay. So we'll go throw one of those in. These are all like dialable also, I think. This is a massive set right here. And they say they're OBJ. So let's at least get one of them. Make sure it's for Genesis 8. Genesis 9. Okay, so we're going to throw one of these in. Face hair. And this, we'll throw a few in. This. Neck hair. All right. You know, sometimes you have the right perfect beard, but you just don't have the right neck hair. Now we're back to this hair. Okay, what were those? There's our skull cap again, which didn't work. I think that one of those skull caps has two shaders, and one is for it to be very, very, very light, and the other one is to be very dark. You have to get the right one. And then that works, but I think that one's morphable, which means if it doesn't quite cover the scalp, you can bring the scalp up and you can morph the skull cap. So if you learn to use that one, it's actually better. And there are other skull caps too. There's not just like 3 or 4. There's a whole bunch of them, and you have to find them and put them in your folders and use them. So okay, this one's kind of nice. And this base and hair, the base and hair. Okay, we just want the base of the billy goat is kind of nice too. And base hair, we'll go with both of these. We're already up to page 52. All right, how are we doing on this? No, about halfway. All right, so now we'll just go through. We'll take one of these. Oh, those are mats. Here we take this Mick beard and I like this Willis beard, if I can find the actual beard. These are the colors. Where's the Willis beard? There it is. All right. This one. Okay, we're gonna go. Those are. All right, we'll go through this 58. Okay, it's 80. I'm not gonna go through them all, I don't think. So the Fergal beard is pretty good as well. And we'll go with the Gaius beard, the stubble. You just try them, and the one that works is the one you use. Okay, this one's kind of interesting. I probably should take one of these big, gigantic, huge beards, but all right, we're okay. All right, I think I'm going to stop here with the beards. We're at 70. We only got 20 more left. That's it. Okay, we got the Michael beards. Okay, then they're repeating them over again. This is blonde, okay. Okay, we're going to try that too. Facial hair. Okay, this top-notch beard is, the top-knot beard is amazing, and that's just the beard. There's also a mustache. Top-knot mustache. We got to find that. Okay, where's the top knot? Where's the mustache for top knot? This, okay, this one is a good one too. All three of these were. Okay, those black brown, we got to find the actual one for Leon, which might be back here. Okay, where's Leon? Leon red, chocolate brown, Leon beard. So we'll go Leon. All right, it's got to be one of these. Are these, let's try this and see if it just puts a beard on. No, it's looking for the actual beard. Genesis 8. Okay, cancel. Go here. Once the beard is on, I could have sworn these worked. There's a few I've missed, okay, that are like really important. Okay, Z. There, okay, let's go back. All right, we're going to stop there. This is, believe it or not, these are all the ones that I picked. Okay. Doesn't look like a lot, but this gets me in the ballpark. This is Genesis 8 here. See, that is nice. All right, so, but it's not dark enough, but that's okay. We can fix it. There's a bunch more, okay, that I didn't find there, okay, but, okay, so we have beard now, the body hair. We go back to the organizer, and we have somewhere in here. Okay, I have all these with stubble. Okay, I see. This is the difference. These ones with stubble, okay, those were beard that we were looking through, and they had a few with stubble. But these are the stubble one. Okay, face hair. We got to throw some of these in here. Okay, we're going to go this one here. And Callan's got a pretty one, but a nice one too. But let's see. These also one is probably one of the best hair products that there is, but it's so hard to use. Okay, we'll use this Callan one. And it's only 4 pages of stubble. I can't believe that. And but they're just stubble. I don't think this is right. I think there's a lot more than that. I just didn't find them all. All right, so let's go back to organizer. Okay, we have stubble, beard, mustache. Where's mustache here? Okay, because I'm looking for this one, the top knot mustache. Face hair, okay. And maybe we'll go with this Gordon one. And we got to throw these in, okay? These also ones, because they, like I said, that's like the best hair set there is. It's just really complicated to use. Okay, so, but it is probably the best one. Top-notch mustache for Genesis 8. Okay, I think I got the one for Genesis 3. All right, so this is, okay. Now, all right, these are not all the mustaches either, so I just 2 pages of them, like, hell no. All right, so, but, all right, that's, and then we have goatee. Let's see what's in here. I think I used this one. Throw that in there, it's already in there. Oh, and this is the Beard Boss for Genesis 8. Yeah, you're right about that, because they can consume a ton of performance. Okay, this is the Leon. This is what I was looking for. This Leon goatee, I think. We'll just throw these in. I'm not sure why they didn't work, but one of them might. Okay. What else have we got here? Let's take this Thorn one. Facial hair. And we'll go with this one too. There's like a Riker one. That would be beard, under beard. Beard all. Riker, I think. Yeah, this one, Riker beard. See, I know my beards. Yeah. Yeah. So, all right, now that gives us a good amount more, okay, of everything, kind of. And this guy, I don't think he needs this much of a beard. I think we go more with like something, that's the Genesis 3 one anyway, but we go more with some stubble like this, maybe this Genesis 8 top-notch beard and the mustache that goes with it. All right, where is that? There's the mustache. There we go. And then we add the mustache. Genesis 8 male, except cancel that one. We only need it once. There we go. See how that works? All right. So his hair is still kind of blue, but it's gray. But remember, he's in a gray world, okay? So that's going to color his hair gray, okay, to a degree. That whole problem with his hair being constantly gray, that's not just because he's in a gray world, okay? But it is kind of. So now we need to also add like eyebrows, okay? We need a whole bunch of eyebrows. So these are things so we can just get the figure up and running and look kind of right, okay? Brows, okay? So we need some brows in here also. And really the best brows are the essentials, okay? So, let's see if okay. Essentials, ESS, essentials, and let's go here and double click and let's put them all in. Okay, I didn't do that right. That's DSX. That looked like Gollum. All right, now we essentials, see what we can come up with for essentials. And we are looking for something here. It's 15 pages of essentials. We are looking for eyebrows. Essentials. I don't think it's going to give us the essentials. Okay. So we have to look for under hair. Okay, so we have to like narrow it down. Hair. We'll just go hair and try that hair. Just do hair female and go brows. We'll find them in here. Oh, we have to clear this first. And then go double click here. And now we go browse, search for hair and hair. Okay, what are these? These are new. These are the newest brows. They don't have any links. This one does. These are for Genesis 9. Those definitely go in, okay, to browse. Where did I put them? Did I create a browse? No, maybe not. Yeah, I did. They just didn't show. Okay, so sometimes you have to do this. Where did I put them? I put them in hair instead of favorites. Delete that. We put them in favorites. Okay. Let's try again. All right. The program's going to close. It says, I think I got to close for a while. All right. We are dealing, every time I search like that for browse and things like that, I'm searching through millions of files. It's just the way Windows is. It's not always going to let you search through this much stuff. Okay, we're going to open that up again. All right, we're going to open this again and right click. New folder, there we go, browse. And we put this in here, this is on favorites, okay, so we're gonna have browse here. Then we go here, then we come up here and type in browse, like that. That was under those 3 hair files, okay. These, we want these in browse. Okay. For Genesis 9. Okay, go back. What were those? We'll try we'll grab these. They look pretty easy to put in. Browse. These also ones. They're kind of on the bushy side, but we'll throw them in. Maybe one of these days I'll learn how to... You can't really fault also. Okay, now these are Genesis 3. I don't want all them because they also have Genesis 8. It starts with Genesis 8 somewhere here. Okay, Genesis 3. Well, that's probably another whole thing of them. Okay, we're going to go through here. They're here. Okay, 4. Where are... Okay, these are all the Genesis 8. Believe it or not, these Genesis 8 ones fit. Those are the colors. Then we start here with the actual browse. A lot of these individual browse. Yeah, it is. It sure is. You are right. Righto. Okay, this is another one we need. We might, in order to use these browse, have to put this on first. I'm not sure. Browse. Okay, but I'm not finding the, we have to type in brow, okay? All right, now, so we have to go like this, brow. All right, redo that, double click this again. And now we have 440, but the problem is, okay, now we're gonna go I, and we'll try I to narrow it down, okay? And that just narrowed it quite a bit. Too much, maybe. Okay, brow. These are Genesis 8. Okay, I think we already did those. Those are lashes. That's another thing. Usually the figures are okay with lashes, okay? Let's look up starter. All right, let's go here. Go clear the UI. Go starter. Starter. Okay, so what I can do, starter search. Okay, so there's no starter like essentials. How to find them, I have no idea. Skin. All right, let's see what they're named in DAS. Okay. Let's go over here just for a moment to our environment. Now we'll go to props. And favorites. Here we go, VDB, HDRI scan. All right. We should probably have a few HDRIs in here just to kind of like, boom, there it is, kind of thing. Now that looks pretty nice right there. Yep, just out walking around. So we don't have any body hair, but that's okay for now. So we'll go file, save this, save as, just to make sure we don't lose our scene. Let's go forest, stroll. Okay, how about it with an F? Forest stroll. Okay, and now there's also the body hair, which is the next kind of thing to do. So I think what I'm going to do once this is done is I'm also going to copy. I cannot believe this is taking like, this is 24 minutes and I don't even, that's like, what, 8 gigs to move over? All right, so it gives us some time to make up this thing that will bring this over to the other computer. Oh, and these shapes, okay, that's what we're bringing that over for, so we'll just use that instead of these shapes, okay? But everything else will be, so I can show you how to use the new program, okay? Which is kind of complicated, but it works, okay? So now body hair, so what we do is we go up here, bring this over here, and we go to hair. These are things that I've kind of found. Chest hair, arm hair, but we got hair short, hair long, short, origin, body hair, body hair. Okay, let's do this one. Okay, this, basically you take this body hair right here and you got it pretty much. This is like the all end all for body hair, but let's just take some of these chest ones And this is vellus. If you need vellus, we'll throw them into this Genesis 9. That's pretty much the body hair of all body hair. Go with this. Chest is the kind of the important one here. Let's throw these in, and we'll go to page 2 and see. Oops, we just lost our page 1 because all that select. Okay, it doesn't hold it, of course. Chest hair. Okay, we're in body hair. Okay, let's just grab these. We'll throw these other parts into armpit hair. There's only so many products that have armpit hair. When you find them, you got to kind of grab them. And okay, so we got a body hair here. So now we go back to here, and I have one of these called armpits. Okay, these are all the armpits that have been made so far for Daz figures. Okay, so we just kind of throw them in the body hair, just because when they have their arms up in the air, it's so hard to get that to look right. And so you kind of have to try every darn one until one of them works, okay? So that is why that's important. Lashes I'm not going to worry about, okay? Because usually the default lashes are okay. So they work for both. Body hair, Genesis 9. I think we already did that one, but let's see. No, I don't think we did. Okay, so this gives us some body hair. I think we did. All right, so some armpit hair. Okay, and arms, chest, okay, legs, leg hair. I think we're going to go with and stubble. We already have stubble. That's part of the face hair. We just did one general face hair thing, okay? So this is to just throw your figure together, get them in place, okay? Get them to look kind of right, all right? This is what we're doing here. So now we go back to Daz, and we can go into body hair. Da-da-do-do-do, like this. Double click. And let's see what we've got. Let this go here. And there we go. And we can take that down a little bit if we want. We don't have to have it. And we can take the beard hair down a little bit too. So, but this is okay. Now we bring him back a little bit, and let's put him in some jeans. Let's take the this hair down. We take the torso hair down. Surface, torso, and there's one of these that just okay, that surfaces. We go to parameters. Okay, and this one is full length. It just brings all that torso hair down a little bit, just so it's not so good. Bring it down some more. Just to kind of make it so it's not so obvious. Is that what we have? The torso hair, yeah. And abdomen. And we can go with all right, and the arms. We have to select the arms to do that. Back to scene, arms, parameters, arms, length. And then we can take scene, the beard here, scene, and we go back to parameters. This one's going to be cutout opacity, coverage, gravity, length. Okay, we can just bring the length down a little bit. Not sure if that's actually working on the, oh, that's the mustache. Okay, so just a little bit of that. And then we go back, that's the mustache, and then we go top knot, beard. Do we have two mustaches? Okay, we have top knot for Genesis. Okay, we have two mustaches. What? All right, mustache for Genesis 8 male, top knot. Let's go back here to parameters. Let's bring that back up. Okay, I think I did something wrong here. We got to bring that back. I don't know why we have two mustaches. Oh, it might be, not sure why. Okay, show bones. All right, it's not that. All right, so for some reason we need this other one here. So we'll go with the top knot mustache. All right, that's okay. We left that kind of faded. Then we go with the beard, top knot beard. And okay, come back to parameters here. And we want to go just length. There we go. A little more. All right. Now, it looks a tiny bit like we might have a little bit of striations there, gravity, coverage. There we go. That kind of fits better a little bit. Now the hair is probably really dark. What did we use? We used the IOR to make that hair dark. So we go back to scene and grab the hair, because now we're in a different lighting situation. Okay, so Genesis 9. Okay, so we go back to the warrior hair here. We have the Leon beard on too. Not sure why we have that, so we can get rid of that. Then we could take this top-notch hair beard, bring that back a little bit more. Parameters. It's okay to have two beards on at the same time. Now back to the hair. It's a little too goth. All right, so we go here, surfaces, hair, with the IOR. All right, and we bring this back up a little bit. All right. And we take the, let's go back to here to favorites. Now we need some clothes, some wardrobe. Okay, I thought I had shorts in here, but we go to organizer, back to go to wardrobe. We go back to here, favorites, here, new one. Okay, we go to wardrobe, All right, in the wardrobe, you want to have some Genesis 8 pants, maybe some Genesis, even though they auto fit, Genesis 9 pants, a bathing suit for the woman, okay? You want to have something to just quickly clothe your figures, okay, and a pair of pants, you know. So we go now, now that we have this here, this wardrobe here, we can go now to wardrobe here, and see, these are independent. When I first made them, it was like it would switch. They were in sync, so you'd switch this. And I thought, why do you want them switching? You want this one to be different so that you can drag things and drop things in between them when they're, so you can be working in this one, injecting stuff into here while this is set on a different folder. So that's how that worked, okay? So that's why that works that way. All right, so now we have, so we need pants. Loincloth's a good one, all right? Just to have a few of these. I don't know, all right. These are kind of nice. I don't know about this, but those says OBJ. So we're going to go to wardrobe and throw a few of these in like this. Just something to get clothes on. I do a lot of like angels and stuff. Okay, these are pretty cool. That right there is cool. This is cool, but that's the mat for that. We need the OBJs of these. Okay, there's the OBJ, OBJ, OBJ. These are all cool. We throw these are OBJs. All right, so wardrobe for these. Then those mats, we can hunt them down. All right, so OBJs, these are other ones. OBJ, here, 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 here. Okay, and those go to wardrobe. All right, and these are 3 Delight. We could throw some of these in here. Some of these, and we'll go back. Throw some of these textures in here. These ones. All right, some of these. There. Okay, wardrobe. And these iRay ones. I think I did, but let's throw them in. iRay, wardrobe, nope, that's 5 more. These 3 Delight, we don't want them. I think I throw them in, yeah. These are OBJ, let's throw them in. Okay, back, I don't know if I got these. Oh, those are 3 Delight, I did get those. These mats, okay, OBJ, we got those. These are 3 Delight, okay, we're ready to go on. We only got 7 pages of these. Let's go all the way through here. These are massive. Okay, those are mats. We'll throw them in. And this. And these. These are all OBJs. These are OBJs. Let's throw them in wardrobe. Okay, it just gives us something real quick that probably they work. They will probably work. Okay, well, these, they say mats, but we'll use them. I think, okay, this is old, but that's pretty cool too. So it still works. Sort of, kind of, maybe. All right, we're going to use these two and that. These, this, this, this. The thing is a lot of my art that I make is kind of fine art, okay? So, and so it requires like old clothing and not like your average, like a pair of underwear or something, you know, or a pair of shorts, swim pants. It requires like old clothing. All right, so there's that. Now we can go back here. We've got shorts. Shorts. We're not going to do underwear because, again, that's, you know, the whole point of doing something fine art is that, you know, not to have somebody in a pair of Hanes, you know. Let's try these. I don't know if they'll work, but let's throw them in their wardrobe anyway. And Okay, now the big ones here, these ones are kind of pretty good too because they usually just always fit these, but you have to find the right ones. But let's go with like Genesis 9 ones that are kind of made a little better. These are nice. This loincloth off. I'm not sure, that's maybe a script. It says loincloth off. So, but now we go here to these OBJ. These, let's try them. Okay, that might be, I don't know what they are, but if they work, then we've kind of nailed something good there. And then there's something in here. We're looking for the next one. I think I went by it, but let's see. I think I did. This is underwear. Okay. So, all right, these intimate boxers, and there's some mats here. Boxer shorts. These are for Genesis 8. Okay, those will work. Those will auto fit. I gotta go back. I missed the big one. Where are they? All right, maybe I gotta go further. These look cool, but I don't know which one. There's around shorts. They look very cool, but these go with Genesis 2. So, okay, these are Genesis 8, but these are pretty cool here. Okay, you know, it's like, in general, all I need is like one pair of shorts just to kind of like cover them up. All right, but these look like colors, even though they're kind of masquerading as OBJs. I don't really want them if they're not going to be an actual object. This one says object. I think I trust that one. Okay, and we keep going. One of these, there's some good shorts in here. I think these are Genesis, okay, they're Genesis 8, but there might be some 9 ones in here too. Okay, they say 8. Here's our base shorts. These ones, you can always, they're just going to cover them, okay? We'll throw these little things in here. Okay, so that's shorts. And now, sometimes you want to put pants on them instead of shorts. So let's go now here to upper, okay, lower, pants. All right. Now we're going to just type in 9 and see what comes up with these. Now these are all probably Genesis 9 pants. See, they do say 9. See how quickly I could just kind of isolate them. But these look like, okay, they say OBJ casual. Let's see which ones actually work. All right, does this put pants on him? They do. All right, so I don't know if I had him selected though. See, I don't think I did. Nope. All right, so these are Genesis 9 casual pants. All right, look at that. All right, so and so we can now take these pants, put them in here into our wardrobe. Okay, so we have some pants. Now we can, this gives us also some textures. So throw these textures in with them just so we have some. Dark guard pants, I think those work. Okay, Z. No, Z. These are Genesis 9. Okay, they should be, okay, what are they? Okay, we'll cancel that. Z. Find out what they are first. They're Genesis 8. But I think they're pretty cool. Let's see. We'll give this something for Genesis 8 too, if I'm working with an 8 figure. All right, those are kind of cool, so we'll throw them in. All right, and I'm not sure how they got through. All right, there's 20 pages of pants, and I'm not going to go through them, of just ones that have 9 in it. Okay, these look like they're pretty cool, so let's come back over here. Z. Those are Genesis 9 pants. They are kind of cool, but they're a little too funky, but that's all right. Z, Green's pants. Z. Okay, those are, that's not a, IRA, Battle Maiden. Z, okay, that's a little too heavy. Okay, Blackjack pants. All right, they didn't fit because I didn't have the figure selected. All right, those work too. Okay, Z, Canadian Tuxedo. These are pretty good pants, I think. When I have the figure selected, yeah, those ones work. Okay, so we'll throw them in. All right. All right, so let's see how this is working now. Okay, that's done. So now what I'm going to do is go here to my Easy Organizer, and we're going to save the whole load tabs, okay, save tabs. All right, so that it saves all my work and I don't lose it. And then I'm going to save a backup. All right, new format, new zip format. Okay, now we're also going to go back to our favorites. Okay, and we're going to save this. Save panel. Okay, we're going to call this favorites. Favorites all. Okay, well, just for now, favorites all. Okay, save it. Now we just saved this panel, which holds all these files in here. Now we can close this. And when you save it, you're saving it outside of the program. When you load the program, like if I load the program, it's not loading it from those saves. It's loading it from this internal data area, okay? So all of you, so when I open the organizer, it's all still here, okay? And if I delete something from here, I'm deleting it from within the program. You're not deleting it from your save, okay? Just to explain that, okay? So close this. All right, we have this favorites all. So what we're going to do is open this back up. We're going to go to our little thumb drive again, okay, here. The very, 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 very slow one. We're going to open another tab. We're going to go to where I just saved that, which is in the EZFinder user data, organizer, organizer saves, VFP, which stands for panel, and here's our favorites all. Did I give that 3 L's? Yes, I did. Doesn't matter, I can rename it, okay? Now we're going to go copy. We'll just copy that. And then we'll go back to this drive, paste it here, okay? Now I can't imagine that just saved that quickly, but I guess it did. It's 91 kilobytes. So now we can go back to the other computer. All right. Are you going to take me back? Taking me back. All right, here we go. So now we're going to browse. We're going to go to that PNY disk. And you know what I don't see here? I don't see that thing I just saved there. I don't think it's saved. Okay. Okay, first let's close this. Oh, okay. Maybe I have to close this for it to reread it. Okay, that's a possibility. All right. Okay, let's open this. Now we're looking for the converter. Okay, now we open this. No, that's the converter. This is the EZMapper. Okay. No, we are looking for the converter. Okay, the converter does that kind of stuff. So we go. Now this is where I'm not that good at this. Okay, so old library path, which, okay, so the new library path is C, okay, would be D colon EZFinder user. Okay, okay, this isn't easy now. All right, the VFB, okay, I don't think if I click this unknown, I don't think they work. Like if I go like that. All right, new library path. Let's see if it works. Okay. Would be here. Okay, we're going to be organizer. Organizer saves. We have to VFP saves. All right, there. And new, okay, DAS library path. That says optional, right? Okay, no, it doesn't. So we have to find the DAS library path. This is when you put it on a computer that has different paths. Okay, it goes into the files and changes them. It's a very complex thing it does that saves you saving all of those different files. You'd have to go in and change the paths to all of them. This does this for you, okay? The new path, okay, which would be the new data path, okay? All right, let's try this. Okay, so we're going to go now to the new data path, which would be here, here, here. Organizer save VFP. Okay, that's where we're going to put this new, all right, input file. Would be here. See if it's here. It is. All right. And I think we already have that. Okay, all right, it just found that. Okay, the old path. Look at that, how cool that was. And filled that in. And that's correct for that. An output file, what we want it to go to our. This is only if if you have two computers like me, or you buy a new computer and you got all your stuff, and thank God there's a program that converts it for you. It's not that hard to figure out how to use this either, okay? So, and there will, by the time you ever need to use it, there will probably be all kinds of like forum threads on it, on how they did it. So, and YouTube videos like this, all right, where you can see how somebody did it, okay? So now this is where I want to save it, okay, output. So we're going to save it to here. To organizer saves, VFP, all right, and we're going to go save and try it, okay? Will be old user data path will be auto-detected. New user data path. All right, let's try this. Let's see if this works. All right, it says it happened. All right, did it? Is it smart enough to do this? Open EZFinder. We will know soon. All right, so we go to favorites and we just go right click, load panel. There's our favorites all converted. Please work. Face hair. It did. You see, if it didn't work, which I'll tell you, it won't work if you don't convert it. It wouldn't have pictures, and it wouldn't. So these wouldn't have pictures. Okay, so really, I have this now. This color works. Remember, I did this. The Omni. I can bring that. The wardrobe over. The skins, I don't think I did as many skins. Okay, we got 5 skins. Wardrobe, I didn't get that done. Scripts, we didn't do any. Okay, poses. I thought we put poses in there, but let's see. Maybe the poses, yeah, we got poses here, but we didn't put poses here. Okay, hair, face, body, all of those we didn't do. Omni Naturals, we'll put them here. And then we had skins 5, which... we can make sure that they're all in there, skins. Skins, okay, so yeah, they were all in there. Oh, there was one, it gave us 8. Hair with his 12 items. So let's make sure they're all in here. So maybe there's a few we didn't get. Hair, there's 16. 23, there was a few we didn't get. All right, face, body hair, okay. All of these are done now. So skin, wardrobe. So we can clear this, empty this panel, yes. Then what you want to do is once you have this, okay, and it loaded as favorites, okay, so we're going to save this panel over top of this favorites all, because that just set, once it's native, you really want to say, okay, save this over top of that, because it could have some residue left from the other computer, and you just want to make sure, because it's all working here now. Okay, all right, the duff, okay, that's the part that isn't working here, and that's the poses, okay? And that's why we have this. Okay, so we used this program to do all of the other stuff. These things come out of the DAZ library, okay? But the poses that are in here are all, what I used was a DAZ script. Okay, and that DAZ script took all my Genesis 3 poses, all my Genesis 8 poses, and all my Genesis 8.1 poses, and it converted them all into Genesis 9 poses, okay? But it put them in all of these folders, and so you have to folder dive, and sometimes you have to dive into like 2 and 3 folders to find the poses, and there's like 5 of them in there. And then you go into the next folder, and there's 20 of them. You go into the next folder, there's 10 of them. You go into the next, and there's like 200 folders, and they're all, and in all, to get them all out. So I created a program, okay, into EZFinder, okay. It's already running, okay. Well, tell me something I don't know. Here we go. So, and it's called import external. And you just tell it where that folder is with all those folders in it, okay? And you browse and you point to that folder, and then you name it poses, and then you give it a description, or you name it Genesis 3, or something like Genesis 3 and 8.1 to Genesis 9 poses. You catalog, okay, that's what I said, Genesis 3 over here, okay, it's Genesis 3 to 8 to 9 poses, and then you name it. So you name it that something like that, and then description. These are the poses that I made, that I converted from Genesis. Okay, so then you click import to, and voila, this little thing shows up here, and it goes down into all of those folders, and it gets all of those poses. Okay, and it brings them into here, and so you just go through them like this. And it's just so much easier. These are all Genesis, all of my Genesis 8, all of my Genesis 3, and all of my Genesis 8.1 poses converted to Genesis 9. So I can just use this on any Genesis 9 figure that I have in the scene, and they work. Okay, the only thing that doesn't work is their expressions. Okay, so you just use Genesis 9 expressions on their face. Okay. But but all of these poses work like magic, okay? But the thing is if I've been on another computer and I scanned my poses, but they happen to be in another location, because if I move the folder that these got scanned from, these won't work. They're not part of the DAZ library. There's something that DAZ script created, a folder outside, which I keep outside of the DAZ library so I don't lose it. If I ever lose my DAZ library, I still have, it's a custom folder, okay? And so it created those poses outside of DAZ, all right? And so what this does, and so what this does is, so then I can just take and create a folder here, okay? This not in here, but in poses, which that's what this is, okay? So I right-clicked and I created a folder here in our thing, and I held the control key and I dragged these all into there, okay? There's 19,000 poses in here, okay? 132 pages of poses. And so I can take like the standing poses and create a folder called standing, and that's what this is. These are my poses. This is my standing poses. These are my sitting poses. Okay, these poses came from my other computer. And when I brought them over because you can right click and you can save the panel, and it saves it as a VFP file, and you bring it over, okay, and you load it in here, and they don't work because the poses folder was in a different place, and because of blah, 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 blah. Okay, so what you do is this program comes with EZFinder. You open it up, okay, and you tell it where, okay, your input file, okay, this is, okay, I have to think again. Select the input file, all right. Old path was where, okay, the input file would be the VFP, the one you save here, okay? You save it as save panel, and it's this. See what it says, select, okay, when it's not selected here, like there, it says select a VFT, which is just one folder, or a VFB, which is actually a tab, a whole tab, okay? If you have your poses and they're all broken down into, like, because with 19,000, you could have sitting, you could have crouching, you could have magic, and you can have them drive, like magic could be this, and you could have sitting and crouching, and you could have different ones like crouching male, crouching female, crouching Genesis 8, crouching, you see what I'm saying? So all of this could end up being like this massive thing. And so what you do is you load, the thing is you want, in the user's manual, it says to keep your custom scans in separate, so you don't mix your DAZ scans that come from here, you don't mix these right here like from your compartments, okay? Because if I I have poses here, all right? So these are the male, okay, let's uncheck that. And let's just go to like male poses or whatever. We got poses, male, female, and poses, okay? So if I double click this, it does all three of them. These are poses from your DAZ library, okay? But this import external are those poses from outside of your library, okay? You want to be able to use them in here too, all right? So that's why this is here, all right? Because I wanted to use my poses in here too. So, and they're right here, okay? So now, but the thing is these are sourced from an external folder where these are sourced from your DAZ library, okay? And so these are not copied poses from your, well, I don't know, whatever the artist was who made this converter, that's his business. If he copied DAZ poses and put them in a folder, that's between him and DAZ, okay? But that's what, and DAZ okayed that product, and so when we buy it, we're able to convert our Genesis 8 poses to Genesis 9, okay? So it's something, when you pay DAZ for that program, you're paying for the ability to convert your poses to Genesis 9, okay? All this does is allow you to kind of get at them, all right? So they're not scattered in 200 folders with like 4 and 5 and 10 of them in each folder. It might even be more than 200. So at this point, but the thing is when you set them all up, and if that folder happens to be in a different place and you bring them over here and you only have a C drive here and they were on the D drive on your old computer, well, then they're not going to work. And so that's what this does, okay? This basically says you tell it the input file, which would be the file you moved over, which would be either, it will work with either a folder, because you just might have all of your poses in one folder like this, okay? So I have all of these poses. This is a copy of them, okay? And they're all in here, but they're still pointing to that folder that person made the conversion folder, okay? They're still pointing into they're not copies, okay? They're just pointers into them, okay? That's where we are different. We're not copying their folder, but they had to be recreated to be converted, okay? They had to recreate the entire DUF file, the entire DUF pose, to recreate the file, okay? So this is, so when I double click on this, this is loading not from here, okay? It's loading from that file, that folder that I moved over from my other computer to here with all those folders in it, okay? So, but the thing is that file was in a different place on my other computer than it was here. And so when I opened this up, it didn't work, okay? So that's what this does, is this program, you just basically say, okay, there are 4 different file types that you can save from, okay? You can save from a VFF, which is a virtual folder file, and that would be this, okay? Save, export folder, okay? And see, that says as a VFF, okay? So I can just save that, all right? That saved it as I can right click on this one, female poses, export folder, save female poses. It knows where to put it, okay? And then unless you change it, then you got to change it back. But by that time you'll have learned, okay, these are Genesis 8 male poses. Save it, okay? Just Genesis 8 male poses. All right, these are saving folders, okay? You can load these in here, and and then tell it what the old path was, what your new path is, and where you want it saved, and click map, and boom, and when you load it back into here, it'll work, okay? See, so you won't lose your work, okay? That's what I care about. I care about you not losing your work. Rick, how are you? Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome to you. Glad to have you here. I'm not sure if I remember you ever being here. It's very nice to have you here. So thank you for coming. We have a few other people here, and they have been here a while. They are diehard, awesome, beautiful fans, okay? I think we have Angus here. We have Matt here. Art has gone off to sleep. He was getting sleepy. And I'm not sure who else is here, but whoever else is here, say hello. You are welcome here. So just keep in mind that there are two kinds of data, okay? One of them is custom data, all right, that you scan and you can bring into EZFinder and you can curate, okay? And the other kind of data, and I'm going to show you this other kind of, how this other kind of data works, okay? Because what we brought in here, okay, that's what that was. We loaded in these poses, okay? But we have another thing here, okay? Because if I go into my favorites, and okay, let's open up EZFinder. And okay, now as you can see, I have HDRI scans, okay? And these are a different kind of critter, okay? These are from your DAS library. But your DAS library, most of your HDRIs that you buy, the reason why you can't find them is because they're just an image. All they did was sell you the HDRI, and they're buried deep in your runtime folder, okay? And so you have to go and scan your computer and find them. Well, this is what EZHDRI does, okay? You just tell it where your DAS library is and click scan. That's it. Tell it where your DAS library is and click scan. And it can take almost an hour. Okay, but it scans you, depending on how big your DAS library is. If it's as big, it could take almost an hour if you have 13,000 assets like I do, okay? If you've got 6,000, it'd take a half an hour, okay? If you've got 4,000, all right, it'll take maybe 15 minutes, all right? But it will scan and find every HDRI, and then boom, as soon as it's done, boom, this will show here, you double click, and there's all your HDRIs, okay? And all you do is double click on them and they show right up in DAS, okay? You just double click on them. You can right click and open with DAS version, and you can select which DAS you want. This is the 4.24, this is the beta, and this is the version 6, the version DAS 2025, okay? So you can select which version to open it with, okay? Now, you'll find all HDRIs you didn't even know. It will find every single EXR and HDR in your DAS library. And if they don't have thumbnails, it creates them. So it's actually opens them, takes a snapshot of them, and creates these images. And a lot of them don't, I would say most of them don't have DUF files. It creates these very teeny tiny DUF files, as small as only as big as they need to be in order to be able to inject it into DAS. But it's actually it's not copying the actual HDRI. So the folder the data folder that this is creating is teensy tiny, okay? And so because the only images there are the ones that it has to create because there's no image for it. Okay? If there's an image for it, it uses that. If there's no image, it creates one. So you can kind of look at it and say, oh, that's that one, okay? Rather than just having something that's not an image, okay? So that's how this works, okay? So this is a little bit different. This is a hybrid where part of it is outside of your DAZ library and part of it is inside your DAZ library, but this program here will still link it, I believe, link this together. This one here, which is your external scan, this EZMapper, you just tell it, you have to copy over your data and tell it where. Actually, the only way this will work right here is you have to take and you open this up like this, and you have to take and create, we go where this would be in environment, I think. Where do I keep my, yeah, these are my HDRIs, okay? So what I did was I right-clicked and created a folder. Then I clicked select and I dragged this over here and dropped it into here. And all of these HDRIs went into a virtual folder, okay? Then you can right-click and save that folder as a VFF file. And once you do, then you can use this here, this program, to relink them if you ever move them. See, what this does, okay, is this allows, these two programs allow other DAZ artists to sell these folders, okay, of curation. Say, so it's like, okay, like when I go into my environment here, all right, like last night, okay, I created these folders, and I believe they're all on my other computer, okay? And so when I go here, 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 let's go to the other computer for a moment. All right. And come on, I know you can do it. I know you can do it. There's one. Are you going to come back? Come back. All right, which one is which? All right. Okay. One more. Because I'm going to show you one more example of this, okay? Okay, let's try one more little thing here. I think this will work. Come on. There we go. Okay, you'll see it in a moment. All right, now we're on the other computer. So we open this up, and you're going to see something quite delicious here. Open the organizer and go to environment, okay? Or is it props? Look at this file here now. Look at how cool. Okay, wait a minute. We're going to minimize that, bring this over here. This is my nice monitor. All right, look at what we have here. This blue folder, that was just an experiment, okay? It's like find everything in the DAZ library that's blue. I may even have a red one here. Okay, look what we have here. We have bed, all right? So let's open the other one up over here. All right, actually, let's do it that way. Let's bring this over here. And let's bring this over here. Let's get rid of this. And we'll get rid of that because we don't need either of these right now to do this. Okay, bed. All right, these are all my beds. Okay, whatever kind of bed. There's cat beds. There's every kind of bed. There's 8 beds, things of beds. All right, this I did just last night. Okay, I went and got every single bed, and there's not comforters or pillows, just beds. And there's a few things here. I didn't know really what the heck they were, so I left them just in case. Okay, some of the stuff. But these are like, you wouldn't believe, there's 8 pages of every kind of bed and some of these like might have mats and all, but I might have left a few extra things in here. But okay, this is bench. Okay, every bench that I own. All right, these are benches. And you see how quickly I don't have to go in and search and look through these like kind of really narrow kind of things. In DAZ, here it is. And if I say, okay, I want this bench right here, okay, I click on it. Did it work? Let's see. Bench. All right, and it is right. Let's create a camera so we can kind of keep this angle on here. All right, we go to bench. There's the bench. Okay, there's our bench. All right, it's just right there. It is. We could sit him down on the bench. So that's every bench. Okay, okay, this one. This is kind of cool. Benches. All right, there it is. Okay, CZ. We got benches. We got every kind of bench. Now let's go to blankets. All right, you ever needed to look for that perfect blanket to use D-Force on a bed? Here it is. There's 2 pages of blankets, and in this are probably my favorite D-Force blankets. There's comforters. Okay, that's another word. Okay, so actually, let me show you how I kind of did this. Okay, so I'm going to click on Duff like that. I'm going to right click here, new folder, comforter. All right, there it is up top. All right, now we go here. We double click, we clear this. All right, double click. That's bringing the entire DAZ library in, okay? All right, comforter. Search. And I think it's got a comforter. Alexa, how do you spell comforter?
Comforter is spelled C-O-M-F-O-R-T-E-R.
Yeah, I had an O in there. Okay, so we clear this. Comforter. Okay, we don't need to do that. We can search it. It will just search right through that, anything checked. Okay, so if you don't have anything in here, okay. Now that wasn't very many here, but these may be some of the best ones that I have. Okay, but this is all the comforters, okay, in the DAZ library. Okay, so we go and put them in there. They should go in blankets. Let's clear this. Let's type bed. Bedspread. I think, Alexa, spell bedspread. Alexa, spell bedspread.
Bedspread is spelled B-E-D-S-P-R-E-A-D.
I just want to make sure it was one word. Okay, search. Okay, there's only 2. So most of them are just blanket, okay? And a few of them are comforter. But we'll just throw them in with that. And actually these comforters, okay, should probably just go in with blanket, all right? And then we can delete this comforter. All right, delete that. All right, now, so we have bridge. Okay, these are all the bridges that I have in DAZ. All right, now these are flowers that go along the bridge, so at that point I don't need them in here. So what I would just do with something like this is just say, okay, I don't need these in here. Right click, remove from bridge. Okay, I don't need those flowers in there. I have those in my flowers folder. Okay, I have plants folder, a flowers folder. Okay, there's 3 pages of bridge. Okay, cabinet. All right, these are all my cabinets. Some of these look like cabinet that says cabinet door, but look at these cabinets. The DAZ artist went nuts on cabinets. There's like 4 pages of them. Okay, every kind of cabinet. Okay, they are cabinet people. All right, they just love making cabinets. All right, so and they're even guitar cabinets, you know, amps and things like that. This page 3. Okay, here we go. So, all right, cabinets, candles, 1,887 candles. Okay, that's 10 pages of candles. The only thing they like more than cabinets is candles. All right, so. All right, so. All right, so candles, okay, then these are chairs, okay? This is 19 pages of chairs, okay? Now, these are chairs poses. I don't need these chairs poses. They're in my poses thing, okay? I don't need poses in here. But I'm not really sure. Some of these kind of confuse me. Is it the chair and the pose? I'm not sure. Okay, so it's chair upper. So these are definitely not chair poses. These are just poses, okay? So we're going to get rid of them, remove them out of chair. Okay, but these ones make me kind of think, okay, these are scripts, okay? I'm not sure. I just want to test them before I get rid of them, okay? But a lot of these are chairs, but then these are not, okay? These down here are definitely chairs. Okay, so now we have commode, okay? There's a few of them. I just like, what's a commode? Okay, well, that's a commode. It's a bureau, okay? Or like a wardrobe kind of thing, all right? Couch, 900, almost 1,000 couches, okay? And I kind of went through this and curated it, so it's nice and pristine looking. This program's working pretty nice, you know, that we're jumping through whole sections of the DAZ library, okay? Drapes, okay? You ever wanted drapes, okay? This is EZFinder, okay? You can just, okay, dresser, all right? It's a little bit different than a bureau, okay? And so is nightstand, all right? So, but you can, whatever you can think of, you can search and you can, these are drinks, I know this is only a small fraction of the drinks that you can buy, but they're right here. We got rocks glass, you got shot glasses, you got every kind of, you got a few of these. There's a lot more, okay? When you find them, throw them in here, okay? You gotta say, oh, there they are. I'm gonna throw them in my drinks folder. Okay, fireplace, okay? This should be kind of exciting, people, all right? Because this is what you can do, all right? There's only 1 page of them. Food, okay? Now, this is a small fraction of the amount of food that's in DAZ, okay? These are all materials, but these are actually OBJ files. Those are the actual object. They've got some other materials, maybe so you can switch them to iRay or 3-to-Light. Footprints, okay? Look at this. 2 pages of footprints that you can use to lay on surfaces, okay? That should make your mind think, okay, that you can create a folder of anything, all right? Gates, okay, and there's also I don't know what I'm thinking. Okay, there's gates, but there's also another kind of gate. Okay, so but lab, all right. These are. Why do I have lab here? Okay, log objects. These are. I can't remember why I have lab. Okay, I don't think, I think these were kind of mistakes. but we're going to leave them, okay, all right, for now, because these are props of some sort. I can look at these props and say column, okay, I want a folder full of columns, okay. I can look at these and say bottle, okay, I don't have one with bottle, okay. Barrel, I think I might have a barrel one, but I'm not sure. Every single thing, you look at them, and Stein, okay. Okay, fish, okay, statues, okay. You look at them, and we already have table, and we have one called stool, nightstand, okay. All right, not that many, but there's a few. All right, pillow, okay, and there's also lamp, lantern, okay, pillows. This isn't working, okay, because this page is 1 of 6, okay, so we got an issue here. So we close this down. It happens every once in a while. It just runs out of steam. So you just close it and bring it back, okay, and it works. So you come back, and we're dealing with thousands of files, okay? It says it's already running, but I don't think I opened it. Okay, there we go. Now we go back to our organizer, and we go back to pillow, okay? And we have a ton of them, okay? And some of them are poses, but these are just actual pillows. Every pillow you own is here, and some of the textures for the pillows. So, but look, as we go, there's even more. There's just a ton of rugs, okay? Rugs is another one. Props. Okay, there's only 92 of these. Refrigerator. And they're not, the Daz artists don't want to make refrigerators. I don't know why. Salt and pepper shakers. There's also shakers. So keep that in mind, because sometimes it's not just salt and pepper. Like I looked up salt and I looked up pepper, and this is what we got. But there could be salt and pepper shakers also. Screen parts. Scene parts, and that's where these lab and log objects, okay, log, that's supposed to trigger something in my brain, and I don't, okay, scene parts, okay, so sinks, okay, stools, okay, and there's sitting poses, okay, that if you want to leave them in there, that kind of makes it easy to get somebody sitting on a stool. All right, stove, okay. Table is huge, 4,000 tables, okay, in my library, okay. And what this does is it should inspire you to now make your library. You don't have to worry. It's like, where's all my stuff? I don't want to buy more until I know where the heck my stuff is. All right, now you can say, I know where everything is. All of my tables are in my table folder. Okay, tools, okay, drills and weird kind of things like that. Fireplace stuff. Speaking of fireplaces, and you got trays, okay, like trays you can sit one in bed while somebody's feeding somebody in bed. Board trays, tray with handles, okay. You got all these little trays and stuff, okay. And then you got this guy named Trey, I think. So vehicles, okay, and there's vehicles, there's cars, there's different words for cars, there's all kinds of different words for vehicles. Ships, planes, they maybe aren't called vehicles, okay? So you can just, and when you find one, you say, oh, that's not in my vehicles file, all right? And you can save this. I can just go save, all right, export folder, okay? I haven't saved that yet, but I just saved the vehicles folder. That means you're not going to lose it. Okay, wings. Now this should excite the heck out of you. I've bought every time Daz sells any kind of wings, I buy them. I'm just a crazy angel freak. Okay, and so this is 33 pages, and all I had to do was type in the word wings, and it gave me 33 pages of wings. Every kind of shader, all of the wings that I own, and all the different things, wings that I didn't even know, mechanical wings, okay, dragonfly wings, fairy wings, I make up wings, every kind of wing that there are, and some of them are not under wings, like Morning Star, I don't believe is under wings. I'm not sure. This looks like the mornings, and I found wings, like this is for I found wings for Genesis 2 that are gorgeous. So yeah, this is that I never knew I had. Okay, look at these OBJ aerial. You can take these and put these on your figures. So yeah, wings, people, wings. And then there's not just that. When we go into environment, look at this, what we have here. Debris, land, ground, okay? I need some ground, okay? You're able to just kind of piece your way through a scene without having to kind of like be always stumbling on where things are. Plants, look at this, plants. Okay, these rocks don't belong in plants. Okay, so we have stones here. Okay, so these rocks right here, they're already in stone, but they don't belong in plants. So I go throw that in and I knew they were already there. So we can right click now and remove from plants. Okay, they don't belong in plants. Okay, so you can absolutely curate these little planters. I could leave them in there because those kind of go along with plants. So for now, but what I could do is just create this flower bed is another term you can search, and planters, okay? And create an entire folder of these planters. Boom, you just take them out and put them in your planters folder, and you have them all right over here, okay? So it's just boom, and once you have all of this set up over here, you can get there from here, okay? So you just go to your tab, environments, okay? And you go flowers, trees, and plants. Okay, here's my flowers. Okay, here's my trees. Here's ferns, which would really kind of go, but then you can come over here and say, well, what about new folder, bushes? Okay, shrubs, new folder, shrubs. It just keeps, hedges. And you can also go into fields like climbing, ivy, okay, ivy. And what would this be? Climbing vines. All right, you see what's going on here? Flowers, trees, plants, okay? And all of a sudden, this whole field just becomes like, wow, okay? And we've got ferns in here. It's like, I wouldn't create an entire library of ferns if I didn't have so many ferns. So, yeah. So these rocks, okay, you're going to make sure these rocks are in the rock thing, and then we'll get them out of here, okay? So we put them in with rocks. And I don't know why I have rocks and stones. Maybe they should just be one category, okay? So remove from rock objects, okay? So, okay, the reason why they're not in there, okay, because we're in the fern category. So it's very confusing when I do that. It's like, why didn't they disappear? Well, because we're not in the rocks category. We're in the fern category. Let's see. The fern category, 1 of 3. Okay, why? All right, I will remove them from the rocks, I think, and I needed to remove them from ferns, okay? So we put them in rocks. Okay, I'm not too good at this sometimes. It's all kind of new to me. All right, sometimes the program just closes. It says, I've had enough, and so you just come back, all right? It's, these things will get fixed over time in the updates, But, you know, it's the same thing with DAS. Sometimes DAS crashes. It's like, what are you going to do? Sue them? I don't think so. So, but you just have to kind of put up with it. So we go back to ferns. All right, now we go look and see if these rocks are still here. Was if it was ferns. Okay. Seems like there's a lot more ferns than there were. Okay, this was the last page of ferns. Now we got some rocks in here. All right, so we just make sure those rocks are in our rock objects. And part of the reason why this kind of closes like this might be because some of my folders are from previous builds of the program where things were still being decided. And so my folders won't be like yours because yours will be freshly built on the finished version. Okay, so that's another thing to think about. So, okay, rocks. Okay, so now we can remove this from ferns. Please go away. Yes, they did. See, if you do it right, they should go away. All right, now the rocks are out of here. This glazed fern, I don't know what this is some kind of planter, it looks like. We'll figure that out later. Look at these little ferns here. Those are kind of cute. This stone bridge, that's not a fern, okay? And that probably go into props. And I think I have a thing called bridges, okay? Just make sure it's in here, okay? Bridges. And yes, it is. So we remove that from ferns. I could have right-clicked and looked also. These are flower beds, flower pots, okay? You can decide these how you want to set it up. Things can go in multiple folders. As you can see, these have these truth icons, okay? It tells you what folder. If you right-click or you put your mouse over, it tells you this is in ferns and plants, okay? It's up to you. You could put all your ferns in with your plants, okay? Just be done with it. All right, so it's up to you how you want to do it. So I kind of prefer having them broken up as much as possible so I don't have to look through things that I'm not looking for. These are very cool here. These little things are kind of cute too, little squat kind of plants. And just think, when your mind, it looks at this and you look at these, this was in environment. And these props might go well in environments also. They don't have to go in props. But I kind of thought this props thing is going to get big, okay? It's going to get huge where I'm going to have every kind. So then I'm going to go like kitchen props and outdoor props, and it's going to end up turning into something huge. Just like environment could possibly, ground and debris and hedges and plants and things like that. So HDRIs and so hair can get very big also, because you got short hair, you got long hair, you have all the different generations of hair. You might want to split them up by generation, even though there's auto fit. It's nice to know that these are just Genesis 9 hair. That is a very kind of comforting feeling, doing just your Genesis 9 hair kind of thing. So we have that. All right, so the issue here is that we just brought this over. Okay, we're going to close this down. And what I would like to do is import. I'm going to run this import, okay, because I'll show you something here. On this computer, I have here, in this, it's called My Saved Items. And in here are all of my, like, whenever you go like to save something, it'll say, oh, save it as a preset, or save it as a hierarchical preset, or save it as a character, save it as a pose, or save it, and it's like all these things. Well, I save them all in this thing called my saved items, just to make sure that they're not all over everywhere, okay? It's up to you to kind of pay attention to where you're saving these things. But one thing that's very important to me are these things called are shapes, okay? And these are my Genesis 9 shapes. These are like characters that I've shaped their face and made them into what they are. And I like actually using my own shapes more than I do using other people's characters, even though I'll use part of their looks to create my shapes. But you won't be able to say, oh, that's Wagner, or that's Thomas, or that's Michael. You can't tell that because I've taken like quite a few of them and made my own figures, and I don't want to ever lose my shapes. That's the most important things, okay, to me, is like of my own kind of art is my shapes. And so what I did was I took those shapes and I put them on the thumb drive tonight. That's what you saw, like that took a long time to do, was to copy those shapes onto the thumb drive. Now they're currently there. And if we go to the thumb drive, I see it says my saved items. Okay, so now we're going to go over to the other computer, and it will take a moment to come back unless everything blows up and then you won't see me anymore and something happened and it's like, what happened? It's like, well, everything blew up. I don't know. I push these buttons and I don't know what's going to happen next, but it should open up the program. Okay, I have to move the mouse, okay, in order for this computer to wake up. Hello, you can wake up anytime now. Here we go. Look at that. Okay, so we're going to close this. Now we're going to open this up. Now we're going to have to copy these shapes from this and that. This should work faster than it did but it says my saved items, okay? So what I'm going to do is copy this, Control C. I think I can do it just like that. Go here, and we're going to put them on the C drive like this, V. Yep, I did. Now, I don't think it's going to take, it's 19 gigs, but I think it reads faster than it writes. Yeah, much faster. It was going like kilobytes, and now it's 36 megabytes per second. So this should take only, it says 14 minutes. I don't even think it'll take that long. So maybe 5 minutes. So this is copying all of my shapes. Now I'm going to show you what you can do with EZFinder, because you want to be able to curate those shapes and take and put them in with your stuff, and so that you can double click on them right from, so EZFinder is a one-stop shop for everything, okay? And every once in a while you might need to go into Daz and look for something, okay? But for the most part, and usually you just look for it to find the actual name, and then you search for it in EZFinder, and then you curate that also, all right? So that's the thing. It's like, well, what happened to that character? I'll go find it and find out what their real name was, and then you come back and you search in EZFinder. You find them, you find all their stuff, and then you create your own folder of that stuff in EZFinder. You save it, and it's part of your curation. That's the thing, is that EZFinder isn't smart content. EZFinder is intelligent content, okay, where you curate, you're able to move those files. You're able, see, I can take this file here from ground and I can move it right over here, okay? I can move it, save it, and load it into any of these, okay? That's intelligent content, All right, it's where you can decide how you want it all to. I can delete this file. If I delete this file here, right click this rock object, and I delete it, it's not deleting it from DAZ, okay? But it's still, I'm still able to double click on it, and all of those rocks go in there, and I can double click on anyone and it will insert it right into DAZ, just like DAZ. Okay, see, so this is, it's actually pretty cool how this works. All right, so it's gonna be fun for the people who get a chance, get their hands on this. All right, to finally see all their HDRIs. Just be able to double click on them. Speaking of that, we just come in here again, just to show you like how cool it is to have 34 pages of HDRIs. Yeah, or to have all of their Genesis 3 to 9 poses converted. I mean 3 and 8 poses in 8.1 to Genesis 9. Just double click on them. These are all, none of these are Genesis 9 poses. They're all Genesis 3 and Genesis 8 and 8.1 poses converted to Genesis 9. Now, EZFinder does not convert them. You have to buy that program, and it is so worth buying, okay? It's just, all it does is you tell it where your poses folders, there's only a few poses folders, and you tell it where each one of those folders are, and and it starts putting them into this folder. But it puts them into folders, into folders, into folders, and it's a mess. Well, that's what EZFinder does, is it searches and it takes them all out of those folders and puts them into a folder and into this. And then you can put them into a virtual folder. Then you hold the control key and drag one of these into the folder, and it drags all 132 pages. If you hold the control key, anytime that you find something, like you search for carburetor or something, and there's 10,000 of them, all right? Well, you create your folder over here called carburetor, and then you select one, okay, because it's only showing you one page at a time. You select one and you drag it into here, into the carburetor folder, and you drop it, and all 132 carburetor pages, all the items on those pages get dragged in. Because when this program first started out, I was dragging them page by page by page by page by page. And I just come up with this idea. It's like, what if I just hold the control key and dragged one of them, and all the pages from the results from the search go into that folder? That makes curation lightning speed. It just, whatever it is, boom, there's all my cabinets. Boom, there's all my refrigerators. Boom, there's all, you see? And then you can go in and say, well, these are actually poses that, somebody's sitting on a cabinet. So you just remove them and drag them into poses if they're not there, okay? And you have this thing here that tells you, like, oh, what was this pose? This was, this is Arabella 7. These, since they're imported content, they don't have what's called linking data. That does show you a little bit of linking data, okay, of related items. And you can view these related items, select items from the list first, and it'll show you what's in the folder, sort of. Like it did kind of group them together. The back button works to take you back. So maybe if I select this, okay, then it takes and groups these related items. But you can't really kind of trust this information here. So this does bring them all into one group, groups all of its relative items. But you can't trust a lot of this because it's coming from that curated folder, that the script that you bought from DAZ that created them. It's taken them out of their DAZ library structure. Okay, so, but it doesn't really matter because all these poses are, all you really want to do is look at it and say, I want to try that pose. Let me try this pose. You double click on it, it goes on, and you open DAZ, like here, when you got your person here, and there it puts the pose on them. You say, I don't like that one. You try a different one. And so you really don't need to know because they're all for Genesis 9. Okay, so it's like, that's how it works. Okay, so it's almost done copying. So what I'm going to do is show you how one of the scanner works. I don't usually show the scanner working because the HDRI scanner can take almost an hour to scan and get all of your HDRIs. Then if you buy new ones, you just click append and it will only need to scan for what's new. So it takes a fraction of the time because when it's not just scanning, but it's opening all those big HDRIs and taking a snapshot of it, and then because they don't come with images. And so so it's doing that, but when you append, it only has to deal with the new stuff. Open those because it's going to say, oh, done, 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 done. It'll just go through it and say these are all done. Okay, so this took me a year to do this. This was very, very, very complicated, and I almost quit like many, many times because saying this isn't going to work. This won't work. There's too many files, you know. There's just too many files, and so but I didn't quit. So and it works now. All right, so that just finished this. So now I'm going to go and import external. All right, I'm going to find that folder of user data of my what's it called here, save stuff. Okay, so select that, and I'm going to call this save stuff. Just so I know what the heck it is. All right, wait a minute, saved. This isn't too hard, and then put a description in. My original DAZ saves, and we'll call it like shapes, and characters, ... Let's try that, okay. Import. Now, how long is this going to take? Okay, so we are importing all of those shapes and all of that stuff that took so long to copy. All right, it's importing them into EZFinder. All right. Yes, the DAZ folders, Matt, are a nightmare. They are. Okay, no items found to import. Okay, what happened? Browse. Okay, let's try that. All right, something's wrong. Wrong. What is wrong? Okay, saved stuff. Okay, I have two things. I have my saved items, and then I have saved stuff. Okay, that's why. Okay, this one, we're going to just delete that. Okay, it's my saved items. Oh, God, this had me so worried. That was like, oh, my gosh. Import. Okay, so browse to was it my saved stuff? My saved items. There we go. And then we're going to call this my saved items. All right. And this, we're going to just go original items, saved from DAS. Okay, import. Found 176 stuff files. I think I might have to click it again. No, it's doing its thing. It's thinking. It's going to put it down here. So watch this down here. Every time I would work on this and it would be scanning, I'd say, please show up. Please, you know, how many times did I scan this and it didn't show up down here? It's like, what's wrong? Maybe I have to click it again. I don't think so. It's thinking. Let it think for a little while. It's doing it. It's doing it. I know. Okay, look, it's an error. Okay, so there's a few things it can't do. Troy.duff it didn't like. My Infinity Cove, I made that in Blender. Okay, it didn't like that. It's just weird geometry. An exception was thrown. Uh-oh. Maybe I should take those out, and it may have like missed a few things because of that, but it works. You wait and see. So, okay, keep going, keep going. It's still thinking. This is one of the scanners, okay? So it will scan. What's important is it will scan your shapes, okay? It will bring your shapes into EZFinder from DAS. So you can curate them, put them in folders, save them, they do need to point. You can't move that folder, okay? That My Save folder, it has to stay there. Just like your DAS library, this all requires that your DAS library be there, okay? You can't, or it won't work. And that's the same way. These external folders need to stay there, okay? Where you scan them. So put them, here it is, imported, import complete. Now it says it, look it down there, it says save stuff. Look at that. So look at this. Now, come on. All right, what's wrong? Let's try closing this down and over. Okay, there it is. Okay, the other, that was the failed one. Save stuff. Okay, we'll delete that. Okay, these are my saved stuff, okay? And now I can use these shapes. It's only a couple of pages, but these shapes, these are my people, okay? These are the people that I've made these. So I just like to be able to say, oh, and today I'm going to use Cadis, okay? Or Johnny, or Locus. And they're mine. They're not somebody, you look at those figures and say, where did he get that figure? Who made that? It's like, well, I did. This is Vicar. I always give them really Stubbs. I give them really Vince, really weird names, okay? So that, Golaz, Gaddafi, Gigaz. All right, I think, who is this going to be? It's going to be Navik, Robando, Sandon. Just the names Tanish, just Kanda. All right, weird names, Tomando. Names that you've never ever, Tola, Tola. All right, so Valance. Yeah, so Viger. Yep. So this is how I do this. So, but what's really cool is you can open DAS. You can bring. So now I can go into my favorites here, and okay, I can now go into my favorites, and this one here called shapes. All right. They don't work. because these are the shapes that I imported from my other computer, okay? So we just remove these shapes. We go into my saved items, okay? And I'll select this whole thing here. We'll go like, just hold the control key and drag them all to shapes, okay? Boom. Now I double click on that and it loads this, all right? Now I don't need like this Omni hair. I don't know what these are, but we'll leave some of these. They look like people. All right, this. These look like people. I'm not sure if they're characters or what, but bunny. Okay, these aren't shapes. Okay, this is obviously a character. Okay, these are. It's amazing how many of my things that I've saved. I don't save a lot of stuff, but it's amazing how many of them are here. Okay, ghost trigger. Okay, Viscount hair, tulips, pink. The wizard's den. I like, wow, all of these things. And this hair, I don't need this here. And all right, I think so. We right click, remove from shapes, and now okay, we got a few more hair items here. Those don't work on 9. All right, and these really kind of starts right about here, right about in here. That's where my shapes start. Invictus is probably a shape also. And must up style, these are not shapes. Okay, so from shapes, so we go here. I think we'll go start from here, go to there. We're going to remove these from shapes. These are my shapes. Okay, so now I can go here to my, go to favorites. Okay, this is my favorites here. Genesis 9 people. We go here. We open this into, this will open version 4.24 because that's the default. When you double click on a figure, it will open 4.24. If you right click, you can open and choose which version you want. So this is opening for version 4.24. In a moment, we will see the Genesis 9 figure open here. And this is when I can show how I can show you now that we've created all of this stuff, including shapes. Come on. Now it's loading our Genesis 9, okay? The first thing I do, okay, so what I do is now close this, open this here, move this over here, I guess. Okay, this is where we start really working now, okay? Now that we have our favorites done, okay? Because now I can just go first and say, okay, shorts. Let's put some clothes on them. Okay, I'm in favorites, okay? All right, where is shorts, pants, okay? And we'll put these here. I'm not sure that all of my, okay, we got that. Now we go to shapes. I didn't export and bring those over here, but there's Garth right there. Okay. And then we go to skin. See how quickly now I can throw together a figure. All right, skins. Oh, that's skins. Okay, it says skins 8, but that's actually skins 9. All right, so we'll put Nathan's skin on him. And this takes a little while. And what's the next thing we'll do here? Put a pose on him, okay? All right, so we can just instantly kind of work our way into creating our character like very quickly by just having this one folder of brows and body hair and Christmas tree. I don't know what that's doing in here. So, but it just got dragged there. So we go to, and we have trees in here as well. So we, okay, so let's go now to, because this got loaded from another file, okay, so I wonder if trees actually work. Okay, so we have this, now we go to poses, and our poses don't work, okay, because we haven't converted them. All right, so we have to go here. Okay, so we're going to just delete these. And now let's go back to our organizer. I don't think I loaded that load panel. Favorites all converted. Okay, because why are, okay, I think we have another favorites. Okay, so we open the other favorites, load panel. This category mapped. Okay, Genesis 9. Okay, those are not favorites. I think I have another, okay, people. Okay, we have, this is, oh, I did all of that work on the other computer, and I haven't brought it over here yet. Okay, and so what I would have to do is go to the other computer, because remember I created all of that the poses and all of those things on the other computer. So what I have to do is go to the other computer, like this, like this, like this, move this around, grab my new scene thing, save it, throw it onto the disk, bring it over here, convert it, and then bring it up into there. Then I can combine those folders together and have everything. So, okay, one more of these maybe. It's got to go to one more. Come back, come back. There it is. Okay, so we open up EZFinder. Now we open up our organizer. Now we go to favorites. And that's this. Now you see in here we have other things that we didn't put in. We have the poses and all that. We have shapes here, but we don't need that. And the poses, okay, but the hair and the pants and these things, short pants. Okay, omni colors. See, we go into the other ones. I don't think we had these omni colors in there. And there was hair accessories. These are the omni colors. Okay, let's go back here. Now I know I had more omni colors than that. Accessories. Okay, I think the omni colors are on this computer. Let's see what happens when we come back. What's going on here? Go to favorites. Yeah, okay, omni colors. What have we got going on here? This is 17. Oh, these are the naturals. Okay. So there's more here. This is where I did a lot of this was here. Okay, so let's just, all we have to do is find a few poses here from, and throw them in to our poses. This is all pretty much the same thing, 76, 23, 7. Okay, poses, I cleared that out because they didn't work. I could have converted them, but there's no point. I have them here already scanned. And we're only going to need about 10 or 12 poses to start us off. Okay, so Genesis 5, okay, these items, okay, 37. Color works, okay, there's another one, our color works, okay, which was 579 items, and I threw a lot of like color stuff in there. So that's for hair colors, okay. So, all right, so we don't need this here. So we'll just empty that panel, okay. Now that was like an impossibility to be able to create two panels with the same names and the same colors and all of that and not have them conflict so that when I delete one, the other stays, okay? That was, let me tell you, because I knew someone was going to try to do it, to load two folders of the same thing. So, all right, that is a trade secret, how that works. Okay, so now, so what we do here is we just have to go here with his poses. And so we bring this over here. We go and load our poses in like this. And we grab a few, okay? There's one. Okay, grab that, put that in, we don't even need that open. We can just go here to favorites, go to favorites, and drag and drop it into poses. Where's our poses? There's one. Okay, it's not too hard. Now let's put some kind of sexy ones. This one's kind of sexy. One sitting down. And we just go through these. We close this. Here's one. These are all Genesis 9 because they've been converted. And what are these? There might be some kind of sexy ones here too. All right. And we do this one, laying on the grass kind of thing. This one, twiddling thumbs. No. This one's night. Heart stopper. This one, trinket from my love. I don't know what that is, but it sounds kind of cool. I can turn left. All right. I only need a few. Just, but mostly just standing kind of poses. This one kind of looks a little bit naughty. And all right. Now the female ones work on the Genesis 9 male, so every pose here works on Genesis 9. Now you know kind of why I use Genesis 9, like only. All right, because these poses all work with Genesis 9. I have, what, 7,000 of them? Something like that. Okay, stand ready. That. Stand relate. Okay, that's enough here, I think. And this one, the arms folded. I usually don't like those because then I have to fix them. Stand looking left. All right, there we go. So now we can just kind of go here. Now we have the poses in here. We can go full screen here. We actually just want to go like this. Now our poses. We double click there. There's all the poses I just put in there. Double click. All right, there's one. Little naughty one, kind of a little bit. And some attitude. And yep, they all work. All the Genesis 8 poses. The Burt Reynolds. Okay, Heartstopper. Yes, if you've moved folders inside of your DAS library, it will find them, okay? It's going to find every DUF file, okay? And it will load them into in. The thing is, if the library is completely No, I haven't. Nobody's asked that, Lithium Logica, and it's a very good question. DAS library, the thing is that if you've completely rearranged your DAS library, these categories, like these compartments here, okay, these have compartments where it'll say characters, females. A lot of these are based on the folder structure of DAS. And believe it or not, like, you have a few things in your characters folders, and there's the environments folder, but the majority of your DAS stuff is in, I cannot remember the name of it, like the system folder or something. It's not, or maybe it's the I don't think it's a runtime folder. I think it's another folder, but data folder. It's a data folder, and it has just like 90% of your DAS stuff is in there, okay? So it will find them, okay? It's just that they may not be in these nice little neat order here, but it doesn't matter because you just click on DUF like this, all right? And then you just search for like bracelet, all right, like that. It's going to search them anyway, okay? And like this, it's going to find, all right, all of your bracelets here. Let's see, as soon as it comes up, all right, it found 10 pages of bracelets, okay? So then we open the Easy Organizer, okay, and we go to, what would this be under? I think it would be under props, right? Where favorites. Okay, I think I got rid of my props folder. Okay, we got an issue here. We got to close. Every once in a while, it's like DAS. It crashes. But you just close it and bring it back, and then you're back to work again. So what's nice is that it's always, anything you do, it saves instantly. It doesn't, there's no save in EZFinder. There's export, but there's no save. Everything you do is instantly saved. It goes into, like when I open EZFinder, it reloads just right where you left off. So now, okay, so we open, and I was just doing some pretty heavy duty. I just loaded 700,000 files a moment ago. So is this open? All right. So we just go back to, so yeah, I did. So I loaded let's see, when I double click on this stuff, it loads actually 537,000 files, okay? And so we go, oh, and that's just DUF files, okay? So now if I type in bracelet again, this will work this time. All right, search. But it's just because you're jumping around through thousands of files. And the idea is to just get them curated so they're in smaller groups, okay? But when you start out, you're dealing with searching 500,000 files so you can find your bracelets, okay? So it's not an easy thing to do. Environment, okay, there we go. Everything's kind of back. All right, let's see. All right, it is back. Now we go to poses, okay, scripts. Favorites, okay, yeah, these are my favorites. This is it, this is right. Okay, so now we went into environments. Okay, it was, what was it? I don't, oh, my other, see, I'm confused between the other computer. I haven't brought over, I haven't changed the, I haven't changed all of my environments. All my props are on the other computer. Okay, so but we'll just go here, and this would be in environment. Because what I did was I changed, I think, scripts to props. So we rename this to props. Okay, PR. All right, and okay, this and this. Okay, and then we'll rename this folder here to props. Okay, I can't type. Okay, rename props. See, when I save that, it saves. It's like if I reopen the program, it saves. You don't have to save the program, okay? Everything you do just instantly gets written to file. And that's why, because it's so important when you're dealing with millions of files. It scans. My dad's library has 1.7 million files in it, okay? So now I just hold this, right? Okay, we're going to right click. New folder, bracelet. All right, bracelet. Okay, I can't see that. Change the color. Okay, as soon as I do that, it saves it to a file. It doesn't hold it in memory. Nothing gets held in memory. So that there's little sayings that I have, like one truth, and numbers are the truth. Certain things, okay, it just put 746 bracelets into this folder, and you'll recognize a lot of these bracelets, okay? So you double click, and now it just loaded that folder in. That folder is now in here. I close this, close the program, all right? And then we give it just a second, okay, to kind of breathe. Then we reopen it. And we go to EZFinder. There's our bracelet folder. Double click on it. It's there, okay? There's page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5. So you see how quickly I was just able to curate bracelet, okay, into a viewable, and I can view this like this, you know, go like that and like this, and then I can just go back and view an entire page of bracelets, and there's only 4 pages now of them, and so now another thing, now this bracelet I can save, export folder, save it, okay? Yes, numbers don't lie, okay? And that's the thing, that's the only thing in life that we can, but there's a thing called race condition, okay? And that's the thing, is that while numbers are being carried to their final tally, okay, somebody can get ahead of you, or somebody can be behind you, and as soon as you tally that number, somebody's there to change it, okay? And see, that's the thing, is that numbers have messengers, okay? And so you have to, in a program like this, you have to make sure that there's only one carrier, okay? And that's why this program has something called the overmind. All right, and this is the overmind log, okay? I haven't really talked about this that much, but this log, you can talk to the overmind. You can say, hi, how are you? Greetings, human. Ready to organize some content, growing hair on Genesis figures? You see, this has something, it's an overmind that handles the numbers, that handles these things and makes sure that the numbers are not, that the numbers make it to the file before, and something else doesn't come in and say, oh, we're going to change that as soon as you change that, because we have a better idea, okay, about the current state of things. And it all depends on where they're getting their information from and where all this stuff. So, I mean, and that's what surprised me, because I had this idyllic idea that numbers are perfect, and they are, as long as you don't have this thing called a race condition where everybody's racing at the same time to change those numbers. And so you can like right click and you can drag files in there and it'll say there's 746, and then instantly it'll change to like, oh, there's only 500. It's like, well, what changed that? You know, there's something in the program changing that. And it's like this. So this has been a nightmare. This has been extremely hard, because it is dealing with a million DAS, 1.7 million DAS files this had to scan to find all of these duffs, and to pull all of these images together, and to pull all of this together so you could search it, you could curate it, and you could build, like, look at these shaders, these rainbow shaders, okay? And the fabric, okay? You go into this cloth. These are my cloth shaders, okay? These are denim. There's only 32 of them, but I just bought a few more like last night. Gold shaders, okay? Some of these I haven't really had a chance to fully curate. I'm going to change the color of this. Okay, I'd like this to be green instead. All right, and this Uber reset. These are like things that I can use to just, these tiling ones, okay? They don't go in there. Right click, remove from Uber set, reset. I put them in there so I just have a few tiling, but I also have one called tiling here, which just gives me a few tiling things, okay? Corrugated, okay? Shaders. All right, this is, let's see, plastic. And so these are building, there's effects. Okay, I can't wait to use the program to find the number of things I've somehow lost in my library. Well, I have offered it to Daz. Now, yesterday, I offered it to Daz. And they're either going to say yes or no. They could just ignore me, like as if I never even offered it. They could be nice. I don't know. We'll find out. So if they don't want the program, then I'm going to have to, then I'll sell it some other way. I have at least 4 or 5 options for selling it. Okay. So, and all of them will have, you know, security and things like that. So paper shaders. Okay. So these are paper shaders. You know, how many times have you looked for glass shaders? This was one of the pillars of why I made this program, because the first thing I went looking for was HDRIs. Okay, and that was the main pillar that started this all off, was I need my HDRIs, okay? And then the second pillar was, what about shaders? Every time I go looking for shaders, there's like 20 glass shaders, okay? And when you go into this glass firewood, okay, emissives here, where is this? Glass firewood. Okay, come on. And these kind of get pulled in. It's forgetting the, and I may end up like, not allowing these to get dragged like that because it just complicates things. And if you want, you can just save this, empty it, and load something else in here, you know. And then if they're in one place, that's just one level of complexity that I don't have to deal with. All right, so this is water shaders, glass shaders, okay? Look at this. There's 1,663 glass shaders. These are almost every, and I'm only about maybe 2/3, maybe one, maybe halfway through my shader collection, okay? And let's see, somewhere in here is the full shader collection. Metal shaded shaders. Where are all of my shaders? Well, I will show you something here. Scale, okay. Granite shaders. Pattern. Okay, these are pattern, normal shaders. Those normals, like, okay. And wood shaders, there's 2,000 wood shaders. Okay, so what you do to find shaders, this is why it's important to keep your DAZ library kind of intact. Because it gives you this shaders folder here, okay? It's a compartment, okay? And when I right-click and inject that into here, okay? These are all of the shaders, okay? And so you can just go through them and see there's 417 pages of shaders, okay? And you just go through and like these ones are in, I can look at these and say, what are these, what folders are these in, okay? And I can right click and say, okay, they're in earring, okay, because they're gems, they're jewels, but I don't really want them in earring, okay? They're in ring also. They're just shaders, okay? They shouldn't be in the earring or ring. They should be either in gem or stone, okay? But earrings, so I can take them out of earring, and I can select them, and I can take them out of ring. Okay, they're not rings or earrings. They're shaders. Okay, these right here are shaders, okay? And these ones I'm going to put them, I'm not sure, that says metal. Well, why not just put them, okay, like why not just put them in metal, okay? Metal shaders, okay, there we go. Now they have the metal shader symbol, okay? You can change these symbols, okay? You go to metal shaders, change true symbol, and you see that's like a diamond symbol. It says metal shaders. I can go here to webdings or whatever and change it to this, okay? Now they have that, and we close that down. We bring it back just to make sure it's working. It's still there. If I close the program, bring it back, they're still there. It changed all 1,735 items in here. If I double click, you can see they all have that symbol now. These are my metal shaders. Some of these I have curated pretty well. The craziness is I have two computers with my DAZ stuff installed on both of them, and I have varying levels of degrees of curation on both computers. So which one's going to win? The thing is I can come here, I can save, all right? I can come here and save this metal folder, export folder, save it. All right, I just saved that folder into a hard file. Okay, I can right click on this metal panel. Okay, and I can save the panel. All right, this is a whole different file type. And this is a metal VFP for panel, okay? Virtual folder panels, okay? Save that, all right? It just saved all of the folders, hard file. Now, it's not working from them, okay? It's working from its own, like, internals, okay? So it's not, so those internals, if I right click and I empty this panel, those internals get deleted, but what I just saved doesn't, okay? So now I can come up here. Now this shaders, this is a tab, okay? I can right click, save tab, and it's gonna save a tab called shaders. And it saves it into the shaders where the tabs get saved, okay? It knows where they go. And this saved it as a VFB, Virtual Folder Bundle, okay? And so, or I can come up here and I can say save tabs, and it saves all of the tabs, okay? And then we're gonna go save this, and that saves it as a VFT, and you have to give it a name, okay? And say, this my latest LATEST tab edits, okay? Or you could put a date there, okay? And my latest tab edits, save, okay? And that just saved all of these tabs and all of the folders. And it doesn't save, it saves all of the data in the folders. It doesn't save the DAS data, because these are all still pointers to the DAS data. So that you saw how quick. If it saved all the DAS data, it would be there all night saving it, okay? It saves pointers to those data, okay? But what's nice is it actually saves all of the data within these folders, okay? These virtual folders have, just to give you a little bit of idea of some of the thought that went into this, and the day I figured this out was like a big day, all right? Like 3 months ago, where the virtual folder isn't just one file, it's 2 files. It's a header and then a data file, okay? It's 2 files. So when you go moving these things around, you're not moving the data around, you're just moving the header around, which has like, it just has like the ID and the name and the color and the true symbol and a few things with that. But the actual data, like these 3,900 items, are in another file, okay? And they move together, but that's what makes these so agile, okay? But when you save these, okay, it's saving it's saving the header and the data, which has all the pointers in it. So it's saving, it's not, so you can't end up accidentally losing your data by like clearing one of these and emptying. So if I go into this character, and hopefully it works, every time I load these, I go into panic, okay? But I'm going to save this characters panel. Okay, save. It knows to save it in the VFP. You'll learn exactly where these are saved, okay? But so there's 4 folders. There's 4 folders for your saves. One is for the files, one is for the panels, one is for individual tabs, and one is for all tabs, okay? And so each folder saves a different file type. I'm very organized, okay? So I just saved this character. Now I'm going to empty it. Bye-bye. Okay? Now, is it going to load? This is the scary part. It saved it, so at least you know you got something, okay? Hopefully it's going to load, okay? Now we load the panel, And this is the characters panel. Yes, please bring it back. There they are. It's like magic. And when I take glasses, there are all of my eyeglasses. All right. When I click tattoos, there's 2,000 tattoos. All right. That's why I have submitted this program to Daz, because it's kind of working. It's not perfect. And the worst case scenario is that it could go and and it doesn't lock up, but sometimes it just closes all by itself. Bye. It's just, I'm out of here. And sometimes it just runs out of what these things called handles. You're dealing with millions of files. And so you just close it, reopen it, and it says, I'm ready to go. And then you just continue making your stuff, saving your bundles, saving your files. And when you come back, they're here. So I'll close this program, okay? And we close back. Now that character bundle, that character panel is still saved some outside of the program, okay? Even though when we load it back up, it's working on its internal. So you're not editing what you just saved, okay? You're editing what's internally kept inside. So that if you delete something in here, you're not deleting it from your saved file, okay? So here it is, okay? Now I go and it's still here. This is the thing that's kind of cool. Every once in a while, these things might change positions because it doesn't know it's supposed to do alphabetical order. It is in alphabetical order, but every once in a while it says, I forgot how to do that. And so but then you drag something in and boom, it switches back to alphabetical order. So it's fine. Just there's little kind of things around the edges, but here are 17 pages of tattoos, and you can click on that and it will tell you which figure. This is Genesis 9, okay? So I can put this, just boom, double click on that and it will go right on Genesis 9. So these right here, this says Genesis 9, Genesis 8. These panels, they remember the names you give them. These tabs, they remember the names you give them. When you load them, it loads those names back in. When you save the files, it remembers the colors. It remembers the symbols. These things are working now, okay? This was so hard to do. This was really, 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 really hard to do. That's very nice. Thank you, Lithium Logica. I right now, I don't really want to talk pricing about it. It might be kind of expensive a little bit, but it will. I'm very willing to let it go down in price, like for sale times, Easter, Christmas, Black Friday, those kind of things. Just like other DAS items, there might be a day you could pick it up for $1. I don't know. But it's going to be like, maybe it's going to start out over $100. It's took me a year to do. And so it'll be over $100 for sure. But maybe if it's $150, it might start out with a 30% off, the basic 30% off. So that brings it down some. And if you have eight tokens, that would bring it down stuff. And if Daz has a sale where if you buy 2 of these things, you get them both for 50% off, or you can pick one thing and get it for 50% off. You know how Daz is. If that's the way, so if it's too expensive, there'll be a day when you can get it cheap. So, but that's the thing is that, and you know, I wanted to get into everybody's hands, but I have lived my life very poor. Like today, my car got towed. It cost me $215 to get my car out of impound. Yeah, and that's when I have, you know, when I have a, you know, $560 a month car payment, you know, and I had to pay $250. And last week I had to pay $130 to get my car out of impound. So yeah, last week. So last Thursday. So yeah, this is the kind of stuff going on. So, you know, I'm hoping this program will make it so I can make more stuff for Daz, you know. I have a couple of other things I would really like to do. And they're kind of under this easy ISO shader. This is something you're going to just have fun with, okay? You can drag shaders in here. You can pick different parts of the shaders and they'll appear in here and you can blend them, blend shaders together and create your own shaders, okay? This has never been done. This program, you know, people have tried to create content programs and all they did was destroy your Daz library. I know, because I used them. There's one particular content program I didn't even bother to buy because I just knew it was going to destroy my library. There was another one, there was a couple more that I did buy. They did destroy my Daz library. And so this does not. This does not change your Daz library. In essence, it tries very, very hard not to, okay? It is injecting content into the Daz, but it's meant to block files that can alter the Daz library. And so that's the whole thing is it's just scanning the Daz library. So right from the very beginning, it just scans the Daz library. So it scans it and it creates these little teeny tiny pointer files. Okay, so these are all, and these images, it finds the images in the Daz library. It just uses them to display the pointers. Okay, it's made to be as absolutely as lightweight as possible because it's dealing, like I said, my library is 1.7 million files. It's dealing with, that's why nobody has ever made this. Because everybody who thought about it said, that's insane. You can't curate that many files. It's like, yeah, you can. Here's my shaders. You know, there's let's see, my water shaders. There's 1,735 metal shaders. You can do it. You know, I can show you something here. Like I can take this file here. These are my shaders. Double click on that, all right? These are all of my shaders. And I'm going to call this one here that says special. All right, I'm going to create a new folder called all shaders. All right? It's all up here. It's up top here. Okay, we're going to rename that. I think I don't need it. Yeah, it'll be all shaders in capitals, okay? Okay. Now I hold the control key, drag, and drop that in there. All right. Okay, what just happened? That's not right. Okay, let's try again. All right. Here. Supposed to drag the whole thing. All right, we got another issue. We just got to close this down. If it doesn't work, you close it, open it, and then you put them in there, you save the file, and then you have your curated content. And so most of it from that on works. But when you're dealing, because like when I'm clicking here and loading these shaders in, okay, now we open the organizer. All right, all shaders. Okay, do this right for me, please. All right, why isn't that working? All right, for some reason that has just stopped working. That's not good for the shaders. Every once in a while I find something kind of weird. Let's try doing it this way. All right, let's see. Change the color. All right, what I'm going to do is save this special folder. We're going to save the panel as special. All right. On this computer. This came from another computer and I haven't saved it yet. Now, let's try this again. All right, we got to close this down again. So there will be little issues like this. And like this particular compartment doesn't seem to want to save. And all right, let's go all the duffs. Let's double click duffs. All right, so we'll try it a different way. Okay, let's now undo that. And now click this. Open the organizer. Let's create a different folder, new folder in this, now that we've saved that. Because this came from another computer and these folders have been through hell, okay? Been through the creation of the programs, and it's like I didn't want to have to go back and redo them, so they have been edited and recreated. And okay, so we're going to go master shader list. Let's call it that. All right, where's that? Right here. Okay, so we're going to double click, load them in. Control key, what's wrong here? Now let's make sure everything's right. Master shader list. No, for some reason it will not let those. Okay, let's turn these off and do them one by one. Okay. Okay, that's not working. Okay, let's do these, 1 through 98. 304, see that's only one page. So the workaround for this would be to go through 304 pages and drag them in. And that, I suppose, you could do. I've done it before. But the thing is that you go like this, you go like this, you go like this, and then it's only 69 pages, okay, and you go like that, and we go like this, master shader list, that put 500 in there. $800. Okay. That's weird. It's jumping to 1 and then to 4. But it's still doing it. It's still putting them in there. Okay, it goes to 1 and then it goes to 4. So there's a little something funky going on there, but it's still putting them in. So we have 1,000. Okay, and then go to 6. Now let's see if we can drag these. You can still just go like that and drag them. Now I wonder if it will work this way. Now we take and go to shaders with special. Shaders special. Okay, this is our master shader list. Okay, we go here. Okay, those are already in there. Eight. Okay, there's this page. 9, it's still putting them in. Just drag that, hold the control key, it does the whole page. It's just not doing the whole. So it's not that far, and once you get them all into this folder, then I can save that folder. It isolates them, so you have them for curation. Here like this. All right, like this. So I mean, at this point, it still works. I'll probably have this one particular bug fixed before it goes out, because it's very easy to figure out what this is. It's jumping to 1, and the log will tell me exactly what's happening. So, but it's still going. We're up to page 17. But the way it's supposed to go is it's supposed to you just drag them all. And let's search for, no, I've already kind of done all that. This is all, these have all got to go into here. Now let's go over to the other computer, because there's got to be some reason why that computer isn't doing it. But if I come over to this computer, it probably is. So we go back here, and oh, this one's got a switch. I was going to say, why are there 2 explorers? Or why are there 2 organizers? Well, one's on one computer and the other's on the other. All right, so it's like, oh no, not that. All right, so let's just see if this works just right out of the box here. Let's go here and undo this. Go to shaders, okay. Go to our easy organizer. Go to shaders, okay. And this one was special. Okay, we're going to do this. Go shaders all. All right, shaders all. Okay, so we double click here. All of them go in. We go like that. We drag this to shaders all. All right, so it's the same issue here. And this, okay, this is what I have to do. Close this down. Let's try this again and then put it in the, and then save the log. And I will have my answer. So let's go back to EZFinder, open it back up. So that's good that it's not like not working on one but working on another. That would be harder than having it not work on both. So, all right, so we go here to back to our organizer, shaders all. Let's go to page 2. Hold the shift key. Like this, drag to shaders all. Yeah, see, it's not doing all of them. It's supposed to do every one of these 500 pages and drop them all in. So that's good. So it's it's doing the wrong thing on both. And now, which might be might give me a clue as to what's all right, so all I have to do now is open the log, select all, copy, go to the desktop, new folder, new text document, shader log. All right, and go here, Control V, save it. All right, that's how I'll fix that, by studying that log. So, all right, this is good. This is it. This, you know, this is a very minor thing, okay? And so, but because if I go into here, it's already running. I bet the other ones are working. Like, let's go to props, okay? Turn the shaders off. Okay, props. Let's go props all. Let's rename props 3. All right, and we're going to call this new folder props all. Just want to show you the massiveness of this program. Double click. Okay, now, all right, come back. Left click, drag, props all. I hope it doesn't work because that means it's not, yeah, that's good. That I'm like I'm really happy that's working like that. Now if I go into Duff, if I drag this, like, can I put 500,000 files in there? Let's see. Here. No, see, so that is really good. It's broken everywhere, and that means it'll get fixed everywhere. If whatever it is, we'll fix it everywhere. If it was like just only happening down here, that would be insanely hard to fix. Let's try this this CR2 one. We'll do this. So check all of these. Double insert those. Please don't all go in there. No, it just did that one page. Those are those, but this page doesn't have them. Good. So, yeah, that'll be fixed. So it's all good. Now the, but that's the power of this is, that's how it normally works. But something has changed this, but it's all good. It's all working. I'm still happy. There's with the way it works. That one, I have to have that ability to be able to just hold the control key. Now, I don't know what's wrong with my control key. Maybe it's the control key, but I don't think so. I just don't think so at all. No, it's got, oh, and the thing is when I go to page, you see it goes to page 1, then it goes to page 3. See, 1, 4, 1, 5. It's not supposed to do that. So that is another thing. So would I still release it this, not this way. This one particular thing has to be fixed, and it might take me an hour to fix it, but this pagination thing and the drag has to work. Because there's just no way, it's really nice to be able to drag all of your shaders into one folder, save that folder, and you always have then all of your shaders saved in one folder. Then you can go through and just delete the things out of there you don't want, and then you can curate them and say, those are the glass. You can go through that folder and just slowly move everything where you need it to go. That's the same thing with props here. This whole props, we can turn off the CR2, double click on props. You got everything in here. There's 445 pages of props. And you can just look through it. What's nice, and there's a few of them that don't have images. There's very few, maybe about 5% of everything. So you look at this is lantern. So then you create a folder named lantern. I think I already have one called lantern. It's element of P, right? Lab. Okay, let's go. New folder, lantern. I'm quite sure. Okay, I think I already have one. No, okay, so I don't see one in here called lantern. So we out of all these props, lantern. Okay. So can I? There's 3 pages of them. Will it let me do it? Okay, that went into props all. That's because I dropped it in. Unfortunately, there's not an undo. So you'd have to go in there and search for lantern to take them out. Okay, it's not that hard. Okay, so when we put them into, we want to hold the control key. Now, I think that just worked. Yeah, see, that did all 3 pages. So what there is some kind of limit that's been set, and that has to be taken off. It can't see beyond a certain amount of pages. And when I paginate here, okay, so it's not happening in the search. It's only happening in the when the compartments are loaded. So, all right, that's going to do it for this. I was going to do a scene. Okay, this is a different scene. This guy, we worked on him earlier today. Just kind of throw him together because of the just to show how quickly you can take and put a character together once you have these things. Like this is my new what's it called? Poses, favorites. Yeah, yeah, in my favorites. Okay, so I have people, skins, and then shorts to put some shorts on real quick. I have shapes, poses, so you can go here. Just enough poses to kind of throw in some hair, my favorite hair items, hair accessories, some colors, omni colors, and then there's skull caps in case I need one of those if the hair's showing through. body hair, just enough of these things to just some of my hair product, so to see if and it's just so you can kind of come through, and face hair, just my very favorite kind of beards and stuff that I use a lot. Even though I have them all in a big folder of all my beards and all of my, this is just to kind of throw something really quick. Brows, okay, some quick brows, wardrobe, just a few things, and mostly like loincloths and things, just to kind of put some pants on them, kind of, so I can work online and stuff. And then you can figure out what actually they're going to wear. Poses, where's the poses? Just a few poses, just to kind of get them so they don't look, they're not looking in the A pose like terrible. So just that kind of thing, you can put your character together in just moments, okay? So that they're kind of ready to then put the rest of the things you want to put together in. And your HDRIs are right here, okay? So you got your HDRIs, the EZFinder scans your HDRIs as well. Here's all the HDRIs, 34 pages of HDRIs. That's 5,116 HDRIs. And these are not any of the free ones. These are all just DAZ HDRIs that I purchased from DAZ. So and you have your HDRI scanner here. You can append if you buy new ones. And I think I bought some last night that I'd like to see in here. I'm going to say, oh, I've never seen that one before. Well, that's because you just bought it. All right, so but this would just instantly scan my library, and I think I am going to leave this with an HDRI scan, just to kind of show you. This is an append scan, okay? So this will only find the ones that it hasn't done, okay? So let's see what it does. And that's probably going to do it for me today. Is this is where this program began. See, it's going through them and saying they're already found. It doesn't need to make new images for them. It doesn't need to open these and create images. They're already done. These are ones it didn't find before. I'm not sure why it did that. Suddenly it's like, I don't think I bought them last night, but this one I might have. I don't know. I know I bought some more HDRIs last night, so. Okay. So it just goes through, and what's nice is it's, so this can take a while. I mean, the first time you run this through, it can take up to an hour if you have 5,000 HDRIs. It can take up to an hour. If you have a regular hard drive, it can take even longer. If you have a hard disk drive, I don't even know if this program will work on a hard disk drive. So it has to be on an M.2 or a solid state drive. That's kind of my opinion. Okay. All right, so it's all done. It only found 2. So I'm not sure that I did buy HDRIs then. No, not last night, I don't think. So, oh, I have 2 scans. That's weird. Okay. It added the new scan like it was the append. It didn't add them into the scan. That's kind of weird. I wonder what this looks like. All right, hello. Oh, there it is. It's kind of cool. I did just buy that. I thought it was more than just one, though. All right, so what you want to do is do something like this and then go to the environment. All right, render settings. No, we go to parameters. And we just move this around like that until we get that behind him. Then we have a true silhouette. So you leave that about there. That is our scene for the day. So we file save as scene. Wandering moon. Okay. And then we're going to call this, and then we go and render it. So we go to render settings, here, maximum samples, maximum time, render quality enable off, and then we go here to make sure it's what, 2000 is good. All right, we can bring these over here. Where's our, bring that up, down. Got the hiccups. All right, we're at 941, 1,883 iterations. Yeah, I think I paid $1 something for this HDRI, but that's okay. It is gorgeous. This is a lovely HDRI. So it's massively, it has a massive, I probably never would have found it either if it wasn't for EZHDRI. So I kind of don't mind those append scans, because with this scan, you see, I can delete this scan, and we'll let that render here. I can delete this scan, but all I have to do is move this into like virtual folders and stuff along with this stuff, and these can be deleted. What, because they're pointing back to the DAZ library. So that is how this works. These ones work. These ones point to the DAZ library. Actually, no, they don't. They point to they do point to the DAZ library, or they wouldn't work. But they first point to a folder saved within DAZ. And that you have to manually delete if you want it to go away. Because it's because it saves an image, it creates images and saves them in there, and it creates tiny, teensy tiny DUF files and saves them in there too. And those DUF files are what point to the actual HDRI, but these point to those. So that's how that works. So these don't have to be here because they're not going to delete those. I don't believe they delete the actual scan. So that stays so that your HDRIs still work. One way to tell would be to just delete this and see if these still work. But that's the way. If they do, then you can't delete them. But that's okay too still. So that's pretty nice right there, actually, I think. Yep. So, all right. That's going to do it for me today. We have some polka to say goodnight with. All right, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next EZ3DTv tutorial channel. It's always polka time here at EZ3DTv. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Good night, Matt. Good night, my friend. Thank you for staying and watching. You are awesome, brother. And Lithium, if you're still around, Angus, you take care. We have an awesome image here now of our guy here standing in the sun, in the moon, with the moon overshadowing him. So, all right, it's awesome having you here. It's very good. Very little. We had one bug that I can't live with. That's not too bad tonight. So, which means I gotta go back and fix this. But it's okay. It's okay. It's not the worst bug in the world. Okay, so everything else, when I went to load things, when I went to save things, they saved, okay? When I went to drag things, the counters went up. The colors didn't change back. I didn't have panels disappear. So it's like actually really good, okay? So take care. I will see you again soon. Thank you very much. This channel is, I'm doing videos kind of regularly here. So we shall see you again soon.